Hello everyone and welcome to episode 10 of Subnautica Below Zero, and our first hello goes out today to Samalander and Maxine Q. Hello to both of you. I hope that you both had a great weekend. Samalander, thank you very much for the fun Dwarf Fortress stream earlier today. I was there. So wait, before I hit go, at one point Samalander was doing the sort of experiment that you do in a very sophisticated game about like how specifically do I install this so that I can interact with the magma safely, and the first attempt just allowed the lava into his entire Dwarf Fortress base, and and like as this continued, it's like, so wait, what happened to the dwarf that was there? Oh, he's gone. Oh, there's just nothing left. It's just very funny that this dwarf basically did the end of Terminator 2. Sorry, that was very funny, and now I'll continue. First attempt went well. Don't know what you're talking about, said Samalander. The first attempt that counted went very well. Agreed.
All primary systems online.
Okay, so we have a fairly specific goal in mind for today, which is we're gonna go do some main story stuff. As part of that, I figured, let me just check to see if we'd grab a little bit of extra food or water, and then we're gonna be basically on the road, on the undersea aqua road, and we're gonna go do story stuff. Let's see if we can get some food. Yes, peepers are delicious. And sure, why not? Yeah, let's just finish this up. Now, the good news is our sea truck is going to catch a fair amount of food just from us going. Usually we get some stuff that just comes in. I love having windows on the base.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Let me just come in here and we'll probably throw in these featherfish. They really don't seem to be too tasty. And as for the rest... Oh, we're charging batteries. I kind of forgot that I had set those up to do. Let's make water out of as much water as we have. The windows are great. I like the fact that we can sort of like look at the base and see, oh, look, there's the generator room and stuff. And, oh, actually, I really shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, let me eat that. We'll actually get overfull and stuff. But the regular fish, let's put them into a chest inside the sea truck, which we'll actually do. Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, let me just we'll leave that there. We'll go get the sea truck, dock up the prawn suit, and head out. Let's just pull around to the one side. I understand why we don't have it, but it would be nice if there was a, what's the phrase that I'm trying to think of? It would be nice if there was a, just put that in there. And can we name this? Yeah, let's just call this, uncooked for now. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll clean out the rest of it as well. What was I going to say? It would be nice if there was a third-person camera for the sea truck. That was something that was actually in the Colossus, right? Or whatever it was called. The big... Okay, that's almost docked. Come on. The big submarine in the first game did have that. I'm not misremembering that. It had a couple cameras that you would use to maneuver through tight spaces. And I would love a backup or like a dorsal camera for the sea truck, just so I could see when I'm like backing up against something. An artificial horizon to be able to know when you are level with the ground. That'd be a nice touch. Yeah, let's take out some of these extra fish. Take out these guys. We might as well fill up our uncooked stuff, because the fish keep, for some reason, indefinitely inside this water-free locker. Okay. And I'll figure something else to do with that. Okay, so we've got everything we need. Now we just have to choose which one we're heading towards. Let's uncheck camera drone. I don't want to uncheck the sea truck main cabin. So yeah, we've got that one. Architect body cache. Is it really only the two? Okay, let's go for N6M. That'll be our goal. There we go. 800 meters this way. They're supposed to rot and die in storage, but there wasn't a good way to track that, so they took it out. Now, I guess I have a question. Why, if that's the case, why are they able to track the degradation of food in storage, but not live animals? If anything, I would imagine that it would be faster. This is just me generally asking. This is not something that I'm like really militant about. It's just I find game development really interesting because the more you learn about it, you're like, oh, it's always harder than you think it is what you learn. Hello to Jelly Buns. Jelly Buns, I hope you've had a great weekend so far. I feel like I really missed getting to say hello to you when you stopped by, when you came into Samlander's stream and then only got to say goodbye at the end. So I hope that the periods around that have been fun and you've had a good weekend. I think after I'm done with this game, I will look up, does having the headlights on drain the power cells more quickly? I would not be surprised to any answer to that question. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. It does, but it's such a, like, vanishingly small amount. It's like using smaller fonts in your documents to reduce the size. It's just one of those things that doesn't actually matter. This seems very impressive. I feel like I've not seen this nightmarish Metroid before. Oh. I'm not even kidding. I actually got jump scared by that thing hitting the sea truck. Or I guess more accurately, the sea truck hitting that thing. Because I am...
Vent Garden harvests geothermal energy to nurture the life that grows within.
Yeah, I bet it does. Oh god, it's got like that weird uvula in there too. I just remembered what I forgot, which is... Okay, so let's read about this. The Vent Garden... beacons. I didn't bring any beacons. I'd have to check to see... what is it, like copper and titanium? So we might see if we can build some. The Vent Garden is a stationary leviathan that anchors itself above thermal vents and houses aquatic flora inside its bell-shaped interior. Anchoring tentacles. 6 tentacles anchor the vent garden to the seafloor around vents. Each tentacle is capped by a set of thick, curved hooks that grow downwards, keeping the vent garden firmly in place. Transparent bell. The hollow bell of the vent garden has a narrow opening large enough to accommodate human entry. The vent garden feeds on the thermophilic bacteria and other microorganisms that spew from the vent below. The top of the bell also has an opening that continuously releases water to maintain a consistent internal pressure. Symbiotic relationship. The bell houses 6 branching platforms that resemble coral. These platforms contain aquatic flora that remain safe from foraging herbivorous fish. In turn, the flora absorb and synthesize some of the heavy metals and gases emitted by the vents below. Docile, nutrient-rich harbors flora. So, I'm sorry, where's this specific... I guess the transparent bell has an opening somewhere inside of it. I'm sorry, it just seems very gross to me. Let me just get some air. Copper and titanium, I think Samlander is saying. Let me just double check, because I'm sure that's correct. Is that under tools or deployables? This is under deployables. Yeah, copper and titanium. I kind of doubt that I remember to bring any at all. If anything, it would have been my goal to clean this completely out. Yeah. Okay, let me just see if I can get into this, because for all I know, it could have some new seeds or other stuff that I haven't previously found. We just got a notification that something somewhere is on emergency power. Were I to guess, it is our second base. Okay. Do I... It doesn't seem to want to let me in this way. Okay, get away from me. Yeah, Simulator, I have not... Simulator's noting... Oh, god damn it. Okay, so it doesn't seem like I can go in here either. So although it's... telling me that this...
temperatures detected in mineral-rich fissure below.
Yeah, that's great. Although it's telling me that this has a space large enough for, like, human entrance, I'm not finding it so far. Not on the top, not on the bottom, and given the fact that I can see... It feels like you can see all the way around it, like if there was some airlock or something that was built into this organic device, you'd get in, you know, you'd be able to see it because the whole thing's transparent. You were just slightly angled wrong at the bottom. Thank you for that, Samlander, because otherwise I was not going to figure it out. It does feel like there's mostly water in there, so do let me grab some more air. I'm going to save it, too. All right, let me save. Gotta say, it really doesn't seem to want to let me in. Oh, there we go. Well, hopefully there's some oxygen plants in here, because it might take a few minutes for me to figure out how to get out. Oh, spiral plant. Yeah, I didn't get nearly... it. I didn't think of it until just this second that I didn't get any spiral plants when I was down at our second base. Also, seriously, enjoying the music. I just gotta pray to God I can get out of here without drowning. When I get down to 120 seconds, let's beat feet for the exit. You can just scan anything inside of here. I may never need spiral plants again, but just in case. This was a real gold mine of spiral plants. I'm gonna say that this is enough. I mean, I guess I could get a couple more. I'd rather have more spiral plants than I need than too few, but we're hitting the 120 mark, and I just want to make sure I don't have any difficulty getting out of here. Go down through this Stargate. Okay, getting out was way easier. All right, let's... Yeah, so I definitely want to mark this, which means pausing for a second to find a little bit of copper and a little bit of titanium. And I hope it's not going to be that hard. Just refill the old lungs here. Hello to Fox McCloud. I had to be led here, my first playthrough, to find my first spiral plans, says Samlander. I'm trying to remember right at this moment what I needed the spiral plants for, but it was important, and I was really relieved to find them when I did. Let's hold on. I should empty out my my pockets. Should have done this on the last visit. All right, let's rename this spiral plants. And then we'll put away all this stuff. Oh, and that was all of it, yeah. Come on. There we go. And that water looks great. Let's just have that right now. I'm almost ready to have another. Let's save. Okay, the next thing that I'd want is my mineral detector. Let's put that in favor of there. And chance of copper, actually, that's perfect. What is this, chance of gold? Do feel like I've got a lot of gold. Let's try to stay on... Well, okay, so we can definitely get titanium from here. Where is this? About 82 meters away. Sure would love to be able to put a beacon right there. I could find my way back real easy.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Perfect. All right. So this is going to take care of the need for titanium, at least in terms of like what we need in order to do the beacons. Copper might still be a little bit difficult to come by. Now, Salmon when you said that you had to be led here, like by the story, or did people in chat sort of give you the heads up? Because with very few exceptions, I am content in a game like this to continue exploring and until I get really stuck. I'm like Mia, like that, in that way for sure. Clearly I don't have something that I need, but I'll find it eventually. And it's the journey that's going to be the most valuable. In other words, like, I intend to finish Subnautica Below Zero, but I'm not playing it to beat the game. I'm not here to say, well, that's another one off the list, you know, check. I like the exploration of it. Is that copper? Could that possibly be copper? Holy hell. Wow. I absolutely did not expect that I was going to find a titanium node and a copper node, and it would give me everything that I would want. People in chat told Sam Linderoff he was completely frustrated. Yeah, if I reach the point of frustration, you've probably heard me share this thought before, but if I reach a point with a game where in my head the options are quit in frustration, even if it's just like quit this one task, or just go look it up, I'll go look it up. And I will let people know that I'll do that. For example, I don't want to like talk in detail about it, but there's an element of Marvel Midnight Suns where you can forge a better relationship with certain characters by giving them gifts. And I've talked in some of the recent streams about like, okay, so I'm saving this gift for this person. And I actually had somebody DM to say, hey, did you look that up? Is there a guide for that? And the answer is no. I may reach a point where I look something up in Midnight Suns, but at the moment, what I'm doing is listening to what the characters talk about, and I'm watching what they do with their free time, and I am assuming that that is accurate information on what sort of gifts that they'd like to have. Sometimes games are not accurate on that point. Sometimes they are accidentally misleading because the people who designed the dialogue weren't always talking to the people who designed the here's what gifts people like, and sometimes that stuff is edited later because, you know, they need to fill a particular hole in like the economy that they've designed. So suddenly, like, I don't know, again, I don't want to talk about Midnight Suns, so Batman suddenly likes pink flowers for no particular reason that makes sense, except that it makes like game mechanical sense. You know, you'll get something weird like that. Okay, so we can actually make our beacons. Why can I not make beacons? Oh, because everything's on the... I didn't get any of the stuff. Yeah, everything's inside the Mia. Hello to Jab. Jab, I hope you've had a nice weekend. Jab, I have to say, I don't know that I can communicate to you the degree of envy that I feel when you talk about how weekend, weekdays, they're all pretty much the same once you're retired. I'm sure that there are elements of being retired that are not as much fun somehow. I don't even know what that would look like, but it sounds wonderful. It sounds absolutely wonderful. Let's put this away. So I'm going to put away basically just materials. Yeah, we'll not worry about it. I know this is going to drive Moo nuts, but we're not going to worry about labeling this. Do let me have a water. And yeah, we're sort of full on that. Let's put away spiral plants and fish. And that's it for now. Okay, now that I have a couple beacons... Well, actually, let's print off... I just put everything away. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put one beacon into the prawn suit, or the Mia suit, so that I always have that. Yeah. Never leave home without it. One beacon. And then another beacon I'm going to put basically right on top of this thing. Well, actually, let's put it down near the entrance, so if I ever come back, I'll remember how the hell. Alright, right about here. And we're going to... Okay. Is my... Okay, beacon got thrown. I love it when they just like snap at you and then they just go on about their business. Like they're not even, it's not even like they're defending their territory or anything. They're just being jackasses. Okay, so what do we want to call this one? I mean, garden, spiral, plants. Works for me. And there we go. Jellybun says, I have Angel on the TV and I just spent 60 seconds staring at my phone to pull up chat but forgot how. The brain fog is so real. That's the other thing, Jellybuns. I saw you mention in Salmonlander's stream that you've got this lingering brain fog but didn't have COVID. It's like flu fog. I hope that passes quickly. Yeah, I think... I think we're going to print off one more beacon. And by the way, I think it was like Dougler or like Madman. Somebody had said, you can't build things inside of here, right? Let me look. Not Pathfinder tool, Habitat tool. I mean, not that. Hold on. Like, battery charger, right? Yeah. No, it's not going to allow that. I didn't think that it would, but it was actually intriguing. Like, who knows? Maybe, maybe I shouldn't make the assumption. Let's put our thing back there. And yeah, I've got a beacon in my inventory. I'll just hold that for right now, and we're going to save it. Oh, Grumpy's calling them Grumpy Gardens. I could go for that name. Jab watched Smoochie Must Die and Other People's Money last night for free on YouTube. Being retired is great. Being old goes with it, which sucks. And that was when Jellybuns was talking about the brain fog. Jab says, I was delighted to find those two on YouTube. Such great early 90s comedies. It's a combination of that. Hold on. Oh, Jellybuns was saying, it's a combination of that. And I went back on my meds last night. So I have side effects for like 24 hours or so. Well, I definitely, as I said, Jellybuns, I do hope that it passes quickly. So I guess we'll park the Sunlander here. Yeah, because it's 148 meters straight down after this. So we'll try not to... We'll try to park someplace where we're not, like, just smashing into things. Again, I feel like that's fairly flat. Yeah, not too bad. And even though I literally just saved it, we're going to hit that as well. Okay. Actually not entirely sure how sold I am about bringing the Mia suit down here. It does feel like it's going to be something of a narrow fit to get back up, but the Mia suit is more nimble than you think it is what I've learned. It can jump higher and move faster than you think. Drill diamond. Well, we might just do that, but first... Sea truck teleportation module.
New technology acquired.
Uh-huh. I bet. A tether tool? Tether tool. Teleport to a nearby sea truck teleportation module. And it's so cheap. I mean, the ion cubes are unique, so I mean, I guess it's not really cheap, but it's just I have that stuff and I have it just like on hand. Look, another ion cube right here. I don't really need these diamonds for anything specific, but as I've observed, you're going on about your business and then you look up and find, oh wait, I'm desperate for this thing that I used to have a lot of. Anything else in here? I have enough uranite that I do kind of feel like I have enough. Like things in Subnautica, they just don't require like 30 uranite most of the time. It's always going to be like, if you got 6, you can probably build everything that you absolutely need, but still, it's rare enough that I'd rather have too much than too little. I still remember when there was a watch party for Sam Lander, you remember this. Chernobyl? Yeah, like, I remember seeing a lot of, like, discussion about Chernobyl, and actually seeing it, it really led up to the hype. What suddenly brought that to mind is that Geiger counter sound that it makes when you pick up the uranite. Jelly Buns is saying this movie is so 80s sci-fi. Yeah, I don't know what, if anything, is like a direct inspiration for Subnautica, but it does feel like it'd be pretty comfortable. Yeah, there's still some more over there. It does feel like it draws a bunch of inspiration from older sci-fi in some ways. Says Jab, the trouble with uranite is you can just piss it away. Okay, so the idea of teleporting... Well, hold on. I looked at the... This is not really relevant to us right at the moment, but even that, like, I mean, that's going to take a minute. Plasteel is titanium ingot and lithium, which we've just picked up some. Advanced wiring kit always takes a bit, and I always forget how to make the computer chip. And then aerogel is like, I think, no, it was like the synthetic fibers. That's what it was, Samalander. I needed synthetic fibers in order to build, something, and that's why I needed the spiral plant. Okay, let's put on... Oh, you know what else I didn't put in? I didn't load any torpedoes. We're gonna put on the... grappling suit arm to get out of here. Jellybun says, this is a joke I appreciate. Unless Sam tells it, then it'd be terrible. Wait, what was it? Simulator says, I love this game in the original. I'm desperate for this resource. I need it so much. 2 hours later, finally found it. Grabs 50. An hour later, I guess I only needed 5 of those. Yeah. And that is... It's one of the things that I think makes Subnautica as well received as it is. Yeah, see, now I can't. I gotta get out to get this. I don't have a claw hand. Wait, there was... Yep, sorry. I like Graveyard Keeper a lot. Graveyard Keeper is a very good game. I recommend it. I'm not sure that I can say much about the DLC packs just because I haven't played them, so I don't have a good sense of those. But in Graveyard Keeper, when you need, like, wood, you need, like, 100,000 pieces of wood. There's so many wood that you need in order to build all of the things that you're going to need. And the same thing's going to go through with, like, the metal ingots and the other types of wood planks. Like, there's a very elaborate crafting tree, so you can get yourself into a situation where you are collecting so much stuff in preparation to do stuff that you just sort of lose track of what you were doing and why. Graveyard Keeper is a very good game, and I like it. It couldn't be more different from Subnautica, because in Subnautica, like Samalander just said, you need something desperately, and then once you have it, it feels like you get leapfrogged to like a completely different tier of the game. And you only need like a couple of them in order to feel that way. Okay. Just gonna see if there's any other stuff that we can pick up. It feels pretty good, I'd say. The Uranite jokes, it's jelly buns, yes. Okay, we are ready to go. I guess I didn't need the grapple arm so much anyway. I thought that there would be more need to, like, you know, just hang on to the side. But no, that went really well. Also, we should... So the spiral plants here, this is... And I just did this, right? Like, that's... I know that Alan didn't say anything, but I did find the thing that he had wanted me to find. I'm pretty sure. Samalander, if I didn't find the thing that I was intended to, do let me know, because I would hate to leave here. Yeah, we're going to mark that as green. But I sure felt like we found it. Maxine is saying that she needs to go to sleep. Maxine, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope that you have a great evening. And if Monday is your day back at work, I hope you have a good re-entry into the work week. Okay, let's grab out as much as we can. Sincerely not even sure if we can fit most of this stuff in here. Yeah, that's pretty full. That's full. This is full with uncooked food, which is suddenly feeling kind of uncool. Let's cook up some water. All right, and water and cooked triops. Which, the good news is I can now have more. So, yeah, let's clear out our... We're going to specifically eat less nutritious food so we clear out more inventory space. Jellybun says, Samalander's not allowed to tell jokes. He knows what he did. Okay, I guess we'll not necessarily eat this yet, even though it's just going to go bad in my inventory. And, yeah, I guess we'll throw in some stuff here to clean out the old inventory. We got 2 more ion cubes, which is cool. So, there is one other thing in here that it was showing. I might be forgetting it. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to say that the next thing is the Architect Body Cache. Which I'm relatively certain that I tried to get to before, but at the time it was too deep and elaborate for me to get to. Now we have maximum depth upgrades for 2 of our crafts, unless there's like one more tier, and then we'll find that out as we go. What's it about body cache? Asks Fox McCloud. Well, that depends on what country we're in and whether or not you're a narc. Okay, I'm actually good on copper, so we're going to skip that. If I have to make room, like, we could throw out some of the copper, or titanium. It's common enough that it wouldn't be a crisis, but I really dislike throwing materials out. Jellybun says, do you know what really ancient game I think of because of the vibes of this game? Does anybody remember Journeyman? I don't remember a game named Journeyman. I do remember there was an NBC television show called Journeyman that was actually really good. Like, I don't have much opinion.
Detecting bow of an astronautical Soltrons Gov vessel nearby. Vessel name Mercury 2. Inoperative.
Aquarium module. Well, it's still worth some titanium. Oh, I think we found it. Hold on. Oh, what I was going to say is I don't have any thoughts on the new Quantum Leap. I watched a couple minutes of it. I very much like Ernie Hudson. That's the name I was trying to... At first, I was like Eddie, but no, it's Ernie Hudson. I really like Ernie Hudson, and I'm endlessly surprised that Ernie Hudson has not been in many more things, and he's worked steadily for his entire career, but I'm always surprised somehow that he hasn't been in more things. So this begs the question, I'd certainly want to leave a marker. Do I want to stop here and explore this? And I kind of feel like I do. Put this out here, and we're gonna call this Starship Wreck Bow of Ship. Well, I guess we'll just call it Bow, and we'll figure out in a moment what to call it. I'm certainly gonna want to have the Pathfinder if I go in here. Yeah, let's tilt the Sonolander up a touch. I'm gonna leave the lights on. Okay, so what do we want to make this journey? I'm gonna have some water real quick. I'd love to empty out my pockets, so let's go do that first. Yeah, and then we're going to want to have this in my inventory, probably more than the other thing. Let's repair, because I have taken a little bit of damage as we've gone about. All right. There's a time travel PC game way back in the day, says Jelly Buns. Set in the future, you walk around and make choices and push buttons and stuff. Interesting. I'm not sure that I've heard of that in a video game before. It's a very funny description. And once again, I've sort of angled too far up, so we'll just go like that, and hopefully that's a little bit more even. I don't know. Anything else? No. Yeah, let's get out there. We'll find an entrance that we're excited about trying out. We'll get inside and we'll see what we can find. Hopefully they'll have lots of oxygen plants in here. Jav says of Ernie Hudson, he was a little bitter about Ghostbusters. He was promised a lot more time and action in the movie. But then Jelly Buns is saying, I'm sure my description could have been better. I was pretty young. So I don't know. I feel, Jelly Buns, like I've heard of the name Journeyman, like as a game, but it doesn't ring a bell. It might be one of those things where if I saw the box, I'd be like, oh, I've seen that box 100 times. I know I've never played it. Also, to Jab's point, yeah, so I've heard that in the original sort of like script or pitch for Ghostbusters, Ernie Hudson's character, okay, wasn't expecting this, but we've got our tool. Ernie Hudson's character was supposed to be like a former Marine or something, like former military, and he was, you know, unemployed and down in his luck, but had a particular set of like military skills and was going to be useful in helping the team like coordinate their tactics and stuff, get a little bit more organized, a little bit more disciplined, and then in the balance, this was just seen as not being as important, so a lot of that character development was cut, and it was basically just, oh, I really don't want to pick that up though. The version of Ernie Hudson's character that you get in the movie is just, oh man, I'm looking for work. Well, we'll hire you. Okay, great. And then where you've got 3 scientists, it's also like 3 scientists plus Ernie Hudson's character. And yeah, I can see being a little bit like, hey, it doesn't feel like my character was treated like an equal part of the team. Now that said, Chinese potatoes, sure. I can grow these, but I'm no less happy to have them because I can also eat them. I guess I'll leave that. Oh, I didn't realize they were this big. Grab one more. I'm just looking around to see if we found a reactor rod, which I'm willing to bet will be valuable at some point. Like, there's going to be some sort of crafting thing that's like, oh, you need to have like 4 reactor rods. Just keeping one eye on the amount of air that I have. At 90 seconds left, I think what I will do is go get a full tank. Marquack, hello to Marquack, is asking if it's the Journeyman Project. That sounds familiar as well. Okay. Yeah, let's hold on, I want to have this someplace where I'll be able to see it. I also, like, there's very little reason not to bring the Mia suit over and, like, stand it there so that I can always pull air from here.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, we'll just park it right here. Let's just all remember that I'm not going to leave the Mia suit behind. Okay, the placement of that is awful. Hold on, let's do this again. I still feel like it's in a corner. That's not helpful. Can you there's no way to like delete a specific node, is that right? Because that it's disappointing when you're like, I can't actually see what I'm looking for. Or like a node gets nudged out of position. Jab was saying it sounds like it was like herding cats with that crew. Is that the Ghostbusters crew? Okay, I guess if I didn't have a parallel processing unit, this would have gotten me one. Anything else in here? Oh, it's not terrifying at all. Hold on. As long as there's no branches, I don't need to put down any beacons. This, Jesus. I don't really need any... And this appears to be back out. Really, inventory is too full for a bladderfish, huh? Hold on a second. Can I drop something? Give me bladderfish. Okay, so I'm very uncomfortable in these deep undersea caves with a highly uncertain pathway back. And this just feels like it leads back up and around. Yeah, that was just a loop, because there's our Pathfinders again. Oh, Grumpy did buy the monitors. Now he gets to stare at the delivery trackers. Yeah, Marquack, did you play the Journeyman project? Anything that involves time travel, I'm sort of in on. I know that Mia and Chivalry recently recommended Predestination, which I am really trying to remember if I have seen at some point. Yeah, so we can follow our markers around and back out. Yeah, that points down there, so I think that we just go up in here. Was there anything in here before I depart this area? Is this cuttable? It's... This might be a minor thing, but I'm just saying that, like, when cuttable doors are marked with, like, a red light, it is frustrating to me that completely non-interactive doors are also shown with a red light. Now, that's another piece of the parallel processing unit Oh, I guess I can get in here. But I don't need it? And then that is another sort of Jeffrey's tube situation. I don't know if I want to go in there with 90 seconds of oxygen left. That doesn't feel good. Sure wouldn't mind an oxygen plant about now. Okay, feel a little bit better. See, Salamander, like, I'm just saying Salamander, like, that's what the Pathfinder is good for. Like, following those breadcrumbs back out the path that I took. It's not perfect, and there's, you know, like I said, I'd love the ability to remove one specific node so that it could, so, like, the path could be redrawn, but yeah, no, I do find it very helpful for investigating kind of complicated mazes like this. Mark Mike did not play that game back in the day. Fox and is also saying one game I want to play again is Conquerors Live and Reloaded. That game had a few bugs, but that's what made it so charming. And Simon says, I haven't used it, just panic. So, we're marked, like, I can come back here, but what I found so far is a few miscellaneous supplies and some parallel processing parts that would be extremely helpful if we didn't already have that particular technology. Like, I'm glad that there's multiple ways to get that unlocked, but I have it unlocked, so I do feel like we can go forward. Also, have you guys noticed that I haven't gotten a single fish in the aquarium? I'm picking up more fish by hand than I'm getting in my automatic traps. Okay, that was actually probably more water than I needed. But yeah, this was helpful. We are in an oxygen environment, right? We didn't flood the truck. Oh, I guess I'll just hold on to the reactor rod for now. Much like the parallel processing unit is probably one of those things I'll just be super glad once I have everything that I need. And aside from that, let's continue on towards Architect Body Cache. I'm sorry, I did put the Mia suit on the back, right? I'm 9, yes, I can see her. Okay. It's almost directly below me. Do you think I need to navigate this horrid wreck to get to it? Okay, I think we zapped each other. My lights are back on. How do you think they feel about it? I want to see what this piece of wreck is, but I also don't want to get grabbed by his squiddo shark or whatever these things are called. Let's risk it. As Moo says, bzzzt. Okay. The wreck itself may be the entrance to the thing that I'm trying to get to, but I could have sworn that I came close, and then it was like just too deep. So let me look around. I would love a pathway to it that is prawn suit accessible. Because navigating the narrow little caves feels like just courting death. Oh, Grumpy, thank you very much for the cheer. But also, Fox McCloud, I've not heard of Conquerors Live and Reloaded. Unless those are two separate games, in which case I haven't heard of either of them. Okay, this doesn't feel like where I'm supposed to take an extremely long vehicle. Come on, engines. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so this feels... This feels more like a Mia suit situation instead of a sea truck situation. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm not sure I do want to park here. Let's see if we can get out a little bit more. Yeah, as Moo says, poor truck. I'm just like slamming into all of these like organic growths. Okay, let's stop here. I need to change the starship wreck in a couple different ways. We're going to change this to that and blue. Blue is sort of like interesting locations. Yeah, Mysterious Ice Store. We actually know how to open that up. That's another thing that I can go check out a little bit later. I'm going to say that I have food and water enough for this trip. I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I don't think we're going to be away for like a week, and I do have some supplies on me as well.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. So I'm trying to get there. Grumpy says, I like how the game totally ignores the tail when it comes to turning around. Grumpy, maybe that's why it doesn't have any sort of external camera. I am really glad for it, because otherwise, pulling into a position like this would be like the Austin Powers routine. I'd never be able to get it out of this thick, narrow bramble of obstructions. Okay, Sunlander's back that way. We're headed down. I've lost sight of what I'm looking for. Unless it's directly below me. Perfect. Yeah, with a crush depth of 1100, I think we're going to be okay. For now. This is the area, and I'm pretty sure that I have it marked another way, where those, like, tentacles that were hiding in the sand would reach out and like grab me, and I had a pretty good water tank when air tank when I came down here, but still it was like, oh, do I want more of these? I kind of feel like I do. These are used to make the, what is it, like the hydrochloric acid and stuff. All right, let's take a look around. Yeah, this was back when my crush depth was 400 meters. And I'm still 100 meters above what I'm looking for. SHC, says Fox Cloud, Squirrel High Command versus the Teddies. It was a cute but bloody fight. I also remember, for no particular reason, Fox McCloud, you're reminding me of a real-time strategy game called Baldies, where it was sort of like a silly, like, joke game, except it was an actual real game, and you played, it was like a top-down 2D strategy game, like combat game, and you were the leader of the Baldies, and they're like, you had to fight their arch nemesis, the hairy people, the Harries. I don't know what they were called in the game. I remember playing a demo for it back when like you would get demos at like happypuppy.net or whatever it was. This game really is lovely, I think. This sucks. Am I still mesmerized if I am back in the Mia suit? Oh, there's Markwack pulling up the Baldi's Wikipedia page. Markwack, I'm not even kidding. I'm amazed that it has a Wikipedia page. Like that's kind of a deep cut in like PC RTS lore. I remember, I think it was like Greg Kasavin. It was somebody over at GameSpot. It couldn't have been Greg though, because I think this was even before his time at the site. But I think GameSpot gave it like a pretty negative review with the notation that it's just like freaking creepy. Marching these like little bald men around and having them fight against little hairy men, and there's not really anything to their conflict except that some of them have hair and others don't. Yeah, no doubt that I wouldn't have been able to find what I was looking for in time just going off my oxygen tanks. Foxnote is saying, not surprising, people are real into game preservation. It's always a point of disappointment to me if I go looking for like a movie or a TV show and it's not really represented on Wikipedia. At most, it might be like a line item in somebody's like filmography, but aside from that, there's not really anything there about it. Most of these areas seem to lead up. And although it's possible that you have to go up in order to get down, that's not usually how it feels like Subnautica is designed. Hold on. This seems down. Okay, now I feel like we're on the right path. It's a small touch, but I really like that. As you're like turning in the prawn suit. Okay, again, not really sure. Yeah, we want to go 100 meters that way, but doesn't seem like we can burrow through this wall, so we're gonna have to look around. I bet that's like a way marker to like let us know that we're on the right path. Hello to Ronan! Ronan, I hope you've had a great weekend. I am not extremely excited about going back to a world of 2-day weekends after, you know, having the Okay, I don't know why I took the brunt of that. You know, throughout the holidays, it's like, you know, oh, Thanksgiving, oh, Christmas, oh, New Year's, and like there's a lot of additional days off, and now it feels like going back into the regular schedule of only 2-day weekends. Like, man, really missed that. Definitely not excited for tomorrow. I already see drama ahead. Yeah, So again, I'm gonna save it just because sometimes Subnautica gets a little bit weird on land. And this is actually a prawn suit free shield, so we will... Yeah, this seems pretty cool. A dense synthetic skeletal structure made of unknown alien components. It is estimated that the skeletal material would score a 10 on the Mohs test for material hardness. It is highly resistant to shattering due to its incredibly strong impact strength.
Is very dense, able to handle heavy forces. A good friend for my new form.
Are you okay, Alan?
It is not often that I gaze upon the form of a foreign architect.
Is this place another sort of sanctuary? Peaceful. Beautiful, even.
As the bacterium spread, the continuation of life became unsettling. This is a place to reflect.
I think I understand.
Quickly, Ronan is saying, company doesn't want to work with me because we kind of took their client. Company we worked with bought out the company they worked with. They kept us and not them for support. Now I need to work on removing all their stuff, and they aren't cooperating fully, unfortunately. There's been a... So, for anybody watching this at some point in the future, this is sort of going into late January 2023, and there's been a sizable wave of layoffs across the tech industry. Microsoft, Google, I mean, the situation at Twitter continues to just be what Twitter is doing. Did I say Amazon already? Amazon, Twitter, Google, a lot of smaller companies, like people that I know that work at smaller companies, are getting, facing waves of layoffs. What I've read, and as always, what I've heard need not always be fully accurate, but from what I've heard, the ones at Google feel particularly random. From what I heard from a friend that works there, the layoffs struck new hires, people who had just gotten promoted, managers that have been in their position for a decade, just no apparent rhyme or reason to it, just a lottery system to do these massive, widespread layoffs. And I know there was one other company that seemed to get it as well. And all I can say is my heart goes out to anybody that is suddenly looking for work. I don't know, like, no specific thing that Ronan said made me think of that, except just, it feels like, I have a lot of sympathy for people who are suddenly out of work because I've been there as well. And if you work in the United States, you yourself have probably been there at some point. And it really sucks to feel like you are operating in an environment where it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter how hard you work, how much of yourself you dedicate to the company, to the organization, to the agency. Someday, somebody somewhere says, oh, it's time to cut costs. Why don't we just get rid of 2/3 of our workforce and then rehire people at a lower salary and restart all their benefits? And so what if we lose all this institutional knowledge? And that's on my mind again, because I am not, at this moment, facing any sort of a round of layoffs or any sort of job insecurity. But check back with me in 30 days, or 60 days, or 6 months, or a year, because who knows? I do the absolute best work that I can, as does everybody on the team that I work with. And it is deeply concerning when it doesn't feel like that is enough sometimes. I feel like I've gotten everything that there is to get here. Let's actually go into the Mia suit. All right. Did I get... Okay, so I got some sort of blueprint, it looks like. Architect skeleton. Polyaniline, diamond, and plasteel ingot. Architect tissues. Yeah, these other things I don't know, but we could at least start with this. I bet Alan would be happy to have a skeleton made. Maybe then he'll know something more about what we have to do. Sam Linder says the U.S. sucks. All the holidays everybody gets off are at the end of the year and then nothing till May. Rona saying, no, I need to work on removing all... Yeah, they aren't cooperating fully. I love the little warble in Alan's voice, says Sam Linder. Ronan agrees it's never enough. And thank you for the follow to Fly and Saucer. They flesh out the long timers at work, yeah. Also, the tech industry was in a small boom from COVID, and then that bubble popped. It always feels incredibly... I'm on the outside, and there might be other factors that I can't appreciate. But to go through hiring and onboarding, and then complete work on a project. Like, this is how the games industry famously runs a lot. They staff up, they bring in a lot of people, they work grueling, unfair, exploitative hours for years to get a project out the door, and then a lot of the people that worked on the project, their reward is probably being in the credits for the thing that they just made, followed by getting laid off. And if they did good work, then they might get invited back in a year as they get staffed up, as they sort of like move into full production on whatever the next thing is. But what do you do for your paycheck? How do you pay your bills? How do you like get insurance between those 2 points? I don't know. Go figure it out, seems to be the attitude of the company. And that, it feels incredibly short-sighted. It feels to me like if the pre-production on something like a game can be done by a small team over the course of 1 to 2 years, wouldn't it be a good idea to have a lot of that backbone work taking place while the previous project is in production? And also, parenthetically, schedule your time for your staff so that they're not working under constant crunch conditions. I don't work in game development. I'm only going based on the information that I have heard very consistently about how the industry is run. It doesn't just strike me. Here's the thing. It doesn't just strike me as being bad for the workers and bad for morale and bad for loyalty and like all of the institutional knowledge. Like, yes, all of that. And also, it's bad for the company. It doesn't feel like it's healthy for the company. Like, how much time and effort is wasted on onboarding people and going through orientation and all of this stuff for people that probably worked there, 15 months ago, the last time they got laid off. Sorry, I'm just looking for, like, how to get up from here. Oh, sorry, Ronan was saying the tech industry was in a small boom. Just can't imagine firing 5 to 6% of your workforce being normal. Yeah, apologies. Fly and Sauce and also Ronan have the exact same chat color, so I misattributed there at one point. I feel like I'm going back deeper, but I'm just trying to find, like, what the way out is. See, that says to me, like, so deeper is, like, deeper, right? So what's up from here? Sam Linder's saying, but you can get 40 to 50 hours per week for free because they're salaried, so you gotta exploit the workers. I just... Holy, did everybody see that? Hold on. I came up the hill. One of the mesmer fish got snagged by this thing and dragged to a like sarlacc pit here. Can I stop that from happening anymore? Can I stop it from happening to me? I mean, that's the thing. When I talk about stuff like this, it's not only rah, workers unite, unionize the game industry. And don't get me wrong, it is that. Like, it's all of that as well. But also, it's bad for the companies. I don't understand the logic here. It seems incredibly wasteful to operate your company this way. Yeah, just like I had trouble getting down, now I'm just having trouble finding my way back up. And your eyes naturally want to gravitate towards anything that arcs up, but even though this is where I just came from, the only answer is down again. Hello to Luca Loki, who says the food chain in action. By the way, Luca Loki, we will be doing some more Wildermyth tomorrow. That will probably start about 5, or I think more likely 5:30. You know what might help? Hold on a second. Can I get out here, or am I going to get eaten? Nope, I'm going to get eaten. What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's not super helpful. I literally stopped right in front of one. You guys, look how close I am. So if that happens again, I die. Give me a second here. Flawless. It's absolutely awesome. So I've got a problem. The Mia suit is parked right in front of that thing, and I feel like it can just grab me. And if it does, I die. How did I park that in that bad of a spot? And I do have... God damn it. I do have a medical kit. Hold on. I do have a medical kit, but it's in the Mia suit, because that's where I keep my emergency kit. Get the fucking thing. Okay. Okay. I'm not necessarily gonna get immediately dead, but I still now need to move away from that thing. I'm gonna try to come up from the other side of the Mia suit. I don't know if this game respects line of sight. Get in! Fuck! Get in the fucking thing! Ah! It grabbed me, and now there's a mesmer fish. Okay, you know what? It's not worth it. I was gonna try to check... Everybody saw. I was gonna try to check the map on the thing. It's not worth it. Get swallowed by that goddamn thing. As Moo says, it does not... So I will give it this. Hold on. Because it did grab me, but... It seemed like my character got, like grabbed hold of the Mia suit on the way past, so I didn't actually get dragged too much towards it. Okay, we've got to find some way out of here. Eyes towards the ceiling. Definitely don't want to go that way. At least I don't feel like it. Like that feels like the way down. I feel like I made it all the way down without ever noticing once any of the like alien signposts. Thank you for the clip, Jab. I am... So we'll just head like west by southwest, I guess. Oh. Well, now, hold on a second. This is the way that goes down, though, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that goes down, so maybe the last one that I saw was the way that I want to go. feel like that's just up and back the way I came. And this feels like a lot of down, is all I'm saying. Alright, I'll play along. Let me go down here. I have a very strong reaction to not wanting to die, even in games where I recognize that, like... So, like, if I died, I think... So, here's my guesses. A, I think it just kicks you back to, like, the last save point. I think that that's probably what it does. Alternatively, it might, like, respawn me back at, like, the base. I don't know if the game, like, recognizes base. You know, it could be, like, the last multi-purpose room that I visited, but... that would be a little bit draconian if it left, like, the Mia suit down here. And it might, like, just respawn me nearby with, like, some of my items missing. I died a few times in the first game, and I just don't remember what the actual consequence was. Similar to said, have you managed to not die yet? Yeah, not in this playthrough. Died 2 or 3 times, I want to say, in the first game, but no deaths in this game so far. And believe me, I came really close last episode. Okay, well maybe he's full now. I really do like the fact that they will eat other objects that are nearby. Okay, so I guess I'll go this way, even though that looks down. Hold on, where's the dumb marker? Oh, body cache is actually still visible. So where is it? Which I really don't know. Alright. I still got 86% power and enough water to be alive for a little bit, so I'm going to save it. Sam is saying that he can let me know if I want. Let me try this one more time. Here's what I'm going to do this time. We're going to use the old labyrinth trick, where like you always just follow the wall. Let's just follow the wall. And if I can't find it this time, I will inquire with Samalander, and we'll see if we can get some sort of a hint or piece of direction on how to get out. Because like, I clearly found my way in, right? Like, this is not a gameplay puzzle. Well, maybe it is. Like, maybe this is one of the things that you're intended to learn. Like, hey, dummy, you really should have laid down some more... breadcrumbs or paid more attention to the environment. I am very thirsty, and for no particularly healthy reason, I've decided that I'm gonna have the drink that's right here after I get out. Don't know why I've decided... Oh, speaking of, like, I don't know why, it's a fun fact. Last night, I had a super cool dream that I was in an accident and became paralyzed from the neck down. I was simultaneously not having a very good time when I woke up back up from that dream, and also very glad that I was waking up from that having been a dream. Not a familiar dream, not one that I've had a lot in the past or ever that I can remember, but that didn't make for a fun night. Okay, so this is a different marker. And where, I'm sorry, where specifically is the... safe for me to get out now? Hold on a second.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I really feel like this is back to the artifact cache. Yeah, 100%. So I've got 2, like, waystone markers there. Let me look elsewhere in here. Like, don't go down, but maybe there's, like, a different way. Simulator, I appreciate that. Simulator saying that, like, lack of Angel in our lives would be heartbreaking. I really appreciate that. And yeah, it was not a fun dream. Getting very thirsty in the game as well. Now, I've got 3 of those waters that are like plus 40 hydration or something, so it's not critical just yet.
Seek fluid intake.
This feels like the chamber to get out. Yeah, this feels very familiar as the out. And I'm getting it Jeremy from Samalander, so I feel like that's accurate. Jav has never had that dream. I do have the sleep disorder where you're paralyzed before losing consciousness, which is the reverse of normal. Yeah, what is it? There's like some, endorphin? That's not quite the right word. There's some chemical that your brain releases that will paralyze you while you're asleep, so that although your mind is acting out all of these physical actions, your body isn't normally supposed to do that. And if I have learned anything about this, and maybe I haven't, people who sleepwalk or otherwise like get very active at night, that, you know, chemical isn't necessarily present in the right quantities, so their bodies are acting out actions in their dreams. It's also a probable cause of most alien abduction stories, and before that, demon possessions. I had one either incredibly vivid dream or actual experience with sleep paralysis. It was many, many, many years ago, but my memory of it was that my eyes were open and I could not move. And it wasn't like, oh, I'm being abducted by aliens or anything like that. And the way that I described it at the time was that I fell asleep with my eyes open, which is a little bit how it felt, a little bit like disconnected. It's also entirely possible that this was just a dream that my eyes were open. Just checking my inventory. Yeah, we can scan this, get a little bit more titanium. But what I suspect happened was just like my mind reached that point where I was like, it released that chemical and I became sort of sleep paralyzed, even though I was still like partially conscious. It is the only time in my entire life that it has happened. Okay, and actually, I feel like I saw a bladderfish here. Find 1 or 2 more. Wouldn't complain.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Yeah, will do. So, Sam Linder, let me ask you a question. What was I doing wrong trying to find my way out? I was clearly moving between 2 alien waypoints over and over and over again. Was I, like,
vital signs stabilizing.
I just wasn't taking the proper turn? Or what was... I'm always curious in a case like that, because I eventually found my way out, and not because I suddenly realized what I was doing wrong. It was more accident than anything. I was just missing the up. I just wasn't looking up at the right time, I think is what Sam Lander's saying. Okay, now, as far as I know, we're gonna head back to camera 1. And that's main base, and we're gonna see about making a avatar body. So when I found one wall and constantly looked up. Wait, so Moo is saying... Hold on, this guy sucks. Moo is saying, one time I was house/dog sitting for a family with a Great Dane. I'm a stomach sleeper, and the dog had climbed up and leaned across my butt and thighs. I woke when my legs were asleep, and I couldn't move, and I freaked out, not knowing that it was because there was a giant dog on top of me. Moo, if anything, I would, like, in the storytelling of it at least, I think it's super cool that the dog was comfortable enough with you to, like, just climb up and be in bed. Okay. I feel like I have everything to make this, by the way, the pinned recipe. Moo says, worst thing was, I woke up because I had to pee. Once I figured out what was going on and that I wasn't perma-paralyzed, I started to basically drag myself to the bathroom with my elbows. So I didn't pee my pants. Sorry, that's a very funny image of Moo, like, like military crawling her way into the bathroom. Jab is saying sleep paralysis is very panic-inducing. I felt... I don't want to say that I felt panicked when it happened to me, but I felt very disconcerted, I guess would be the way that I would put it. I don't know if I felt that it was like... And that's why, like, maybe it was just a very vivid dream that I had. The number one reason why I'm like, I'm not sure that I could call it a dream is that the, when I sort of, like, came to, it's not like... Part of the dream was not closing my eyes and then waking the rest of the way up. Like, it wore off and I was able to move again, is my memory of it. Alright, let's do that. Probably gonna dump the Mia suit off the edge. Yup. Hey. Alright. This is enough water for now. Darn it! I mean, as long as they're gonna be in my eye line, I want to go get them. Because I've got food, and even water-filled food for days here, but not... Yeah, let's... Okay, alright, screw it. With the dog frolicking alongside me and licking my face as I went, said Moo, of her, like, army crawl. Jab says, for me, it literally feels as though you're fighting something for control of your body while half asleep. I was really happy when I finally learned what it was. Jab, that does sound very familiar to, like, the one encounter that I ever had with it. Like, fighting to reassert control. Okay. No fish, by the way, at all in the aquarium. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let me repair any damage that might have happened to the Mia suit. Let's do that. Repair. Alright. My inventory's full enough that I'm not going to bother trying to empty the Mia suit right now. Power's running down quickly, so let's go to the reactor, because it'll certainly be off. Let's feed it... Oh. Actually, I don't have a lot that I want to feed it. Okay.
Warning, emergency power only.
Yeah, that's
Power
not gonna...
restored. All primary systems online.
What's happening is that it's trying to charge both of the vessels. Okay, we'll feed it these two fish. Everything's fine. It's just perfectly
Warning,
normal.
emergency power only. Oxygen production offline.
Alright, I do think that's gonna even it out. Yeah. Thermal plus reactor keeps the lights on. Okay. Also the aquarium that's right here for this express purpose. Could have used that. Okay. Let's have a water. Even though I'm... further draining the battery by doing this. Alright, and we're gonna put away some of the miscellaneous, like these anemones. Actually, you know what? I think I've got the anemones a little bit someplace else, so let's put away some of these flowering spores. And I guess we'll just put the anemones in here for now. Oh, right, and I got, like, a lot of spiral clippings. Darn. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll figure out what to do about that soon. Let's put away all but 5 of these, because we know that we're going to need an ingot. Here, here, and there. With some lithium, we'll make it into a plasteel ingot, but I'm pretty sure that I have some lithium in the Mia suit, so I have to unpack that anyway. The rest of that all stays in there. I don't remember right at this moment, is it 1 or 2 lithiums to make the... here, 2. Okay, the 3 diamonds, and this feels like a weird sentence to say, should be easy to get. They're going to be mostly in the Sonolander. Is there anything else that I should... Yeah. Let's put that away. The rubies we can put into gems and crystals. The uranite we'll put into exotic materials. Take out the kyanite. It's in there for some reason. Put that over here. Lithium goes... here. Now, the ion cubes should really be in exotic materials. And you know what? Let's just do that right now. I don't have a ton, but I do feel like I have enough that we could probably have them be their own... hold on. Their own thing. Alright, and we'll put this right about there. So, Samlander, how do you feel about the fact that Fire Emblem Engage sounds like it's very, very different? Sorry, Flying Sauce is saying, I hate it when I have a dream that my significant other is fooling around with somebody else, and I wake up thinking, my God, I hope that's not real. Moo is saying, whenever I wake up with the husband, Flying Saucer, he's always like, what, did I cheat on you in your dreams again? Look at that organization. Oh, Moo is a fan of the organization and labeling. Hold on. Ion cubes. Yeah. Let's get all this stuff in, even if some of them we're about to spend. I just feel like, what is more exotic than that? All right. Let's turn our bladderfish into waters. Sandler says that he's fine with the changes in Engage. Planning on playing Fire Emblem 3 Hopes before Engage, so I'm not... Oh, but wait, isn't 3 Hopes like the, So if I call that a Musu style game, is that the right phrase? Sort of the, like, big battle royale? That's not the right word for it. Like the big, like, hero battles where, like, one hero is, like, decimating, like, hundreds of guys until you meet, like, a boss character. Also, let's put our reactor rods in here. They seem very power related too, right? I know I have more than that. Do I really? I thought I had more than 3. Okay, fine. Reactor cubes, cubs. I don't. The character limit will never not be frustrating on that. It really doesn't it look like you could fit like 8 more characters into that black thing? I'm just saying. We can actually take this out and put it into our titanium basket. Anything here? Oh wait, I need this for some reason, don't I? There was something. Oh, it was something for like the teleportation cab. I need it for that. But before I get too far off base, let's go here. We need some polyaniline, which has some hydrochloric acid in it. And then the 3 diamonds. So the hydrochloric acid is going to be easy because we just brought back all of the sea anemones. We need 3 of those and a salt. And then we're going to need, what is that, a gold, it looks like? Musu Style says, is correct. Power Cubes votes Fox McCloud. I like it. And whoa, hold on. A raid happened. I'm so sorry, and I'm pressing the wrong button. Sorry, I'm doing crafting. Let me just scroll back. Hello, Delirium Wolf. Lovely Shadow King. Yes, Lovely Shadow King just raided over. Lovely Shadow King, thank you so much for the raid. Lovely Shadow King was playing... Now, I'm going to get the name of it wrong, Shadow King. It was like Solar Light and Lunar Dark. Is that it? It's another... When I say another, what I've seen on Lovely Shadow King's Twitch stream has been a few different Pokemon fan games that appear to mostly be done like in the style of like the original Ruby and Sapphire, and I love the art style, and I really like a lot of the Pokemon designs and stuff that they go in there. That is correct, says Lovely Shadow King. Yeah, I was lurking in there for a while and like watching go through. Now, I didn't catch the very beginning of this playthrough. Can you also customize your character as well, or is it only like boy, girl? Is there like what are the options for like characters? And I'm going to take a quick drink here because I've been very thirsty for like 20 minutes. That is very good. The options weren't that wide, but it's okay. Just the male and female options. Yeah, with a fan game, I feel like they could, if they chose, like, have a full-on character creator. Like, I don't know how deep it gets or if they're working on the original ROMs. So, yeah, let's try, Power Cubes. Power Cube? Sure. Or Power Rods. Wait, how about cube rods? Yeah, that works. Because I know that they're reactor rods. It's fine that they're, you know... Okay, so we've done that. So, for Lovely Shadow King and everybody coming in, this is Subnautica Below Zero. I'm currently inside sort of the storage room / workshop in my base. I'm suddenly thinking that I might want to put that right in the center there. It seems like it would fit well. And... Oh, and hello to Harmonious Crow as well. And we are about to build a skeleton for an ancient alien. And I'm just going over to my diamond wall here, and we're going to take out some diamonds. And apparently just do this... No. Tether tool. Yeah, that's what I would need the silicone rubber for. I'm definitely going to do this, right? I don't have the teleportation thing yet, but I'm sorry, what was it? Two titaniums.
Together tool facilitates instant travel to a bed sea truck teleportation module. Ion cube required for use.
Okay, now hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Because I'm not spending an ion cube per use. Hold on a second. Until I can fabricate ion cubes out of like 2 pieces of titanium, I wouldn't actually use that then. I would always just opt to go back to it, I think. But let's see. So I need to make an alien body, and I don't actually know how. Architect components. Huh. Maybe I can't yet. Okay. Alright, so in that case, I'm going to need to set aside a container inside the sea truck for architect body parts. Yeah. And then we'll put in our 3 diamonds, that, and we're going to call this, architect. Well, I guess we'll just call it architect for now. Crow says, just got back from Odin's second walk of the day and a good run around the park with his new friend, Shasta. And then I took Ms. Azzy out the front in her wheels. And also says, hello to Fox. Yeah, Crow, it's, Lovely Shadow King. It has been awesome to see you streaming again more frequently. Just so you know, because I've been lurking in the last couple episodes that you've done and been very glad to have that on. Let's... Hold on, is there anything that I can put away? Not really. I don't know where to put all of these spiral plants, because our organics wall is kind of full. I guess in here with the gel sacks. Spiral gel. And actually, I bet that we could replace the space with a slash. It's good enough. Okay, do I have any other spiral plants that I can put in there? Just trying to keep everything straight. Doesn't look like it. Although, again, I had the hydrochloric acid already. I could have just made use of that. Let's put this away. Like that. Okay. I got a bunch of copper, and we might use some of that copper to actually... put up some more signs. Sorry, 1 second. Foxmont says, a floating chunk of uranium 2 inches away from your face, that's going to give you cancer. So the ion cubes, I don't know if they are made of uranium, although, you're suddenly making me think, Fox. Uranite, I have not used for anything yet. Maybe it is used to fabricate ion cells, because then I use the transporter. What I'm not going to use it for is, yeah, let's take all this stuff out. As long as ion cubes are a non-renewable resource, I'm not going to use them on just wasteful, random stuff. But if I get to the point where, like, oh, 3 uranite crystals makes an ion cube, yeah, let's go. Off to the races. All right, let's put away any titanium that I've picked up. Put away some of these diamonds. I'm actually kind of full on diamonds, so I'll have to put the overflow in here for now. And then the spiral plants. I feel like I've got, yeah, a few more spaces. So, let's have a water. Or 2, really. And yeah, let's continue to unpack the Sunlander. Now, after this is done, I'm actually not sure what to do next, because I've checked off all of the things that Alan has advised me to do, and I'm not done. Like, I found one of the parts that he says that he needs for his body, but while I have the components to build it, I don't have the actual, like, device necessary to build it. There's some additional places that we can look. We can find out if Alan, like, wants to prompt us forward. I'm thinking that one place we could look is, we do still have our land base, right? Like, the glacier base that we built that's above ground. I don't know what I'm looking for up there specifically, but it feels like there's got to be some reason for all of that space to exist. Oh, and I'm sorry, we need to swap out some batteries here. All right, let's do this one. We'll probably do this one as well. We'll do the Pathfinder, because it's always helpful. And let me just eject the battery from that one. And we'll put all of our kind of low batteries on to charge. Everything else, the cutter's the only other one that we used at all, so we'll give that a second. Oh, and sorry, Lovely King, so this might have been a question for me. Lovely Shadow King said I didn't hear what you said to me. I was only saying that it's really great to have you streaming again. Because it feels like there was some time away from streaming. I think that people should always feel comfortable to take any time that they need for any reason that they need, and that's always fair game. But when somebody returns to streaming, I also like them to know that, hey, it's great to have you back. Because I definitely noticed, hey, it feels like it's been a while since we've had Lovely Shadow King on. I looked actually just today and found that a streamer friend... So, I've talked on a few different occasions about the fact that I made the acquaintance of Tashir Rizé because somebody who used to come to the stream all the time, person by the name of I95, EYE95, used to follow, used to hang out a little bit, and then one day, just on a whim, I checked out other people that he followed, and I saw Tashir's channel in there, clicked through, and you know, so sometimes you're on Twitch and you'll just like, you'll check out his channel really quick, and then sort of like go away. But I was hanging out in Tashir's stream watching, and I happened to look at his chat rules, and they were very similar to the rules that are on this channel. And right around that time, Tashir asked some question. I don't remember what it was, but like made some reference, like who was in that movie or whatever. Like, and I happened to know, so I spoke up, and that was how we got to talking, and that's how I met Tashir. And then, I mean, who else? Like, Azric, Patikan, Sunny Panda, Haseo, Priest, Jab. I mean, and hello to Jody K. So many people I wound up meeting by way of that connection, and all of it was a launching point from I-95. So I hadn't seen I-95 on in a really long time, and just today I clicked to see like, hey, is like, because he used to stream at least a little bit and stuff. So I clicked through. When you do that on Twitch right now, the channel says this channel has been closed by the user, by the owner. I don't know what's different from that between like that and like deleting the channel. Like I don't know if it's being held open indefinitely in case I-95 ever comes back, but in the bordering on impossible idea that I-95 was ever to see or hear me talk about this now, I just hope that you're doing I just hope that you're doing well, and that for whatever reason you stepped away from Twitch is a happy and stable one, and that you're doing okay. Because a lot of the people that I've met on Twitch ultimately traces back to contact with I-95. All right, so I guess we'll take this stuff off because I've got the pieces that I need. I can take off camera drone 1 for now. I don't know. Let me think for a second. What was the thing that Marguerite wanted me to do? Because I honestly don't remember if I did it. I put in the test module. I went back. I talked with her. She said, you can have whatever you want out of my... my greenhouse. Did she say anything else? Also, what is this? Oh, right. I think I took a photograph at some point. I might have. Rising temperatures. Yep, no, we did that. Jab found Tashir from his Shadow Warrior 2 stream. You can look all... Okay, so here's Marguerite.
Damn satellite hasn't passed by in a while. I guess that was your doing.
Sam's not the only one in the family who knew what to do with vague directions in Old Wire.
She was an original, that sister of yours. First time I met her, I was sure she was Altera through and through, not a crease in her uniform, sending those damn bird bots to spy everywhere. Then, she surprised me. Maybe a little too much.
Meaning?
If you really want to know, there's a PDA on the bench that can point you in the right direction. You need anything else? Don't bother me. But you can help yourself to the greenhouse. Least I can do to repay you for getting those spine pests off my back.
Okay, so the PDA was going to point me in the right direction, and I'm relatively sure that I got all the PDAs, so we'll read at that. Lovely Shadow Kings is saying, is this the first, in the first Subnautica, I take a photograph, but just about every time I get jump scared by something. I get jump scared a few times in that game, I feel like. There's a containment cube. Okay, PDAs. Is that personal log, do you think? I think we already got that. More like than not, we already got that. How about logs and communication?
I'm telling you, Sammy, you see some weird things when you spend half your day in a sea truck.
More vandalism? Was it the sea monkeys again?
I don't think so. I can't shake the feeling this planet is cursed.
There's no such thing as a curse.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's nothing. You wouldn't want to hear about it anyway. Just a huge creature frozen in ice.
What? Where?
In a cave, not far from your lab. And here's the extra weird part. As soon as I called it in, they closed off the area. Don't want anyone going in there.
But why?
Sammy, I'm no biologist, but I think there was something wrong with it. Its skin just seemed off. Alien.
An alien on planet 4546b. No.
I'm serious, Sam. Something ain't right. Wish I could show you, but I can't get back in there.
You can't. But I might know how to.
Whatever you're thinking, we never had this conversation.
I wonder if that was it. So the trouble is, I feel like Sam had a couple labs. And what that's also making me think of is there is the mysterious ice door that I believe that I did mark, and maybe that's related to this. Mysterious ice door. Okay, I mean, let's head over there. I'm fairly... And hello to Patikin. Sorry, I saw that Patikin had come in while I was doing that. Foxmouth wants to pull that mustache off his face. I have to say I was looking at the words and not the faces up at the top left. And hold on, we should probably look at doing a teleportation module as well, which would be... Oh, you know what? That would be all the way back at the thing. So, hold on. Let's look. Let me get at least the resources. Maybe we'll do a two-stop visit here. This. All right, and I'm definitely gonna need to mark off this, the computer chip, because I know the parts that go into it, but I tend to forget like the specific thing. And then the aerogel. Yeah, it's not hard. I think that I've got all these resources. Let's at least have the parts so that when I do go back to the mobile vehicle bay, I'll have everything that I need. Okay. 2 silvers make a wiring kit. With some gold and table coral. There's your computer chip. Oh, sorry, we need the copper. Oh, and I accidentally put my gold in here. Let's put that into the proper container. Okay. Whoops. Let's do the wire, the computer chip, the regular wiring kit, the advanced wiring kit, and now I need the next ingot, so we'll pick up 5 of these. 5. And then 2 lithiums. Patikin, how was the rest of Power Washing Simulator? Because I was watching a bunch of that. Now, Patikin, I have a question for you about Power Washing Simulator if you're nearby. And hello to Jody K. I'm so sorry. If I have not said hello, I've been, like, looking at chat, and then I can't remember if I've said aloud what I'm thinking in my head. It's like, oh, Jody K is here. I hope that she had a great weekend. Patikin, in Power Washing Simulator, I've noticed that both when Mia played it and also with you, even when you're washing like a very big surface, I've not played the game, right? So I don't know. I've not played the game, but I've noticed that when both you and Mia have played it, you've used what seems to me like a very narrow spray to wash a very big surface. Even when like you've picked up upgrades that look to me like they're designed to give more pressure to the wider spray. And I'm just wondering if there's hold on, rubies and gel sacks. Like, have you tried it and it's like not powerful enough, so it's just better to do it with like the smaller, the narrower sprays? And hello to Foxfam. Foxfam, I hope you also had a great Saturday and Sunday. I hope little Kit is doing well. That is everything that we need for a teleportation module for the sea truck. So let's go put these parts away in the sea truck, so we'll always have them. Yeah, that, and that. Teleport. Bay. Teleport. How about this teleporter? There we go. Yeah, that was everything. So now we've got all the parts. Now, before I go, I would like to get fully fed and watered. Yeah, let me just go out. We'll just go visit the grab trap and see what we've got. DFW Nerd Night was yesterday, so Jody K got some TT games in, tabletop games, and then found an open box not bundled PS5 with a disc drive at Best Buy. Today I played Grounded with a friend for several hours. Jody K, that sounds like a great bargain. The PS5. I mean, playing Grounded with a friend also sounds like a lot of fun. Jody K, I'm always curious, like, which character did you pick? Because I know that there's like 4 different characters, and Drienne was sharing that they have like different dialogue and different interactions with one another as well. Also, Foxfam says D&D with Lander Sama was amazing, though. Oh, rough mental health-wise, but the kiddos are doing great. Foxfam, I'm very glad that doing D&D with Samalander was a lot of fun. I heard a lot of stuff went down as the game played on. Okay, water? No, I didn't get enough parts for water yet. There's one, no, yes. Let's do a quick run around. We're just going to see if we can find a couple bladderfish. Yeah, I'm glad at least the time with Samalander was fun. And that the kiddos are doing okay. Samlander says, wait, nothing happened, I swear. I didn't just like give a player a heart attack because their character about had a heart attack. Oh, really? Jeez. I was watching a video, one of those like RPG horror stories that you'll see like come up from time to time, and one of them was about a DM who was so like excited with the breadth and depth of their world, like just couldn't wait to get the players into it. And then the very first roll that they had the players make was for an instant death scenario. It was like a reflex save as the ship they were on inexplicably smashed into the docks, and if they didn't make this reflex save, then they were instantly killed. I don't understand that. I don't understand why anyone anywhere would ever design a game around an idea like that. Let's spend an hour plus making characters that will then be shredded in the bin if you don't successfully make the very first roll that you make in the entire game. Foxjam says, yeah, totally not an emotionally dramatic episode at all. And Moo is hugging Foxfam, and Foxfam is hugging back. Thank you very much for that. Let me do drink. Yeah, I actually have 2 more bladderfish to expend. Nope. Here. Samliner says, if you've only spent an hour making a character, you didn't make a character, you generated some statistics. I didn't know if it goes faster with like D&D Beyond, for example. Like, because that's got a lot of tools that will help to like automate a lot of what I think of as being character creation from a statistical standpoint. I know that whenever I've worked with somebody to make a character like like a full-fledged character, yeah, it takes a lot longer than that. But I don't know if that's just because I'm slow at like working out what the stats are and stuff. I don't think the ice store is far or deep, so let's just use the Mia suit to go there together.
Aboard, Captain.
Stamina can generate character stats in about 20 minutes in D&D Beyond, but that's not the important bits for a character in my mind. Foxfam is going to go on a lurk, going to go give some digital human constructs some 50 caliber aspirin, and was also saying to Moo, yes it is. That's in response to keeping your mental healthy is hard. All the hugs and anyone struggling, which is probably most of us. Yeah, I absolutely echo that. That's very well said, Moo. I'll also say that yesterday, one of the events that came up was Dear Evan Hansen, which that is my second time having seen Dear Evan Hansen. This time I had the good fortune to watch it with Broomfy, who had like a lot of strong reactions to it, and at the end he expressed regret. I don't know if regret is it, but like, hey, I'm sorry if I was a party pooper or something. I think he said something to that effect, and I wanted to say aloud what I said in text at the time, which is I was really interested to get Grumpy's thoughts on the movie. I think that Dear Evan Hansen is a complicated movie that is going to elicit a lot of different and often strong reactions from people who see it. So I didn't think that Grumpy had anything to apologize for at all. I was really interested in his thoughts. Yeah, so I accidentally found this once before and was like, this really seems like something. Let's pause it up, because now we know how to get through this door. And it's not that button. It is this one. Nope. It is this one. Okay. Wait. It's not this. No. Okay. So even though we've cut through ice before with the laser cutter, I guess that's not the answer here. Okay, so now we're going to go look for some other way in here, because it really seems relevant. And hello to Jägermeister. Jaeger, I hope that you're having a great weekend so far. Senator says, if you want to know what's wrong, I can tell you. I raged at the door. Hold on for now, because I want to see if there's any other way into this. And then if I can't find anything up high, then I might ask. Just want to take a look around to see if anything sort of like comes to mind. Okay, hold on. We'll just relax here. Let the jump jets recharge. Foxpot is saying, you have a giant mech and a high-pressure laser cutter. How can you not blast through that door? That's a good question. I didn't try the drill. I'd be surprised if it was the drill, but also that would make a lot of sense. Okay, I don't actually know where this is relative to, like, anything else that I've ever been to or done. So let's look around a little bit. So Sam Leonard, let me ask you one specific yes/no question. That ice door, is that... Here's my current thought. That's an exit, not an entrance. In other words, I don't go through that ice door to get in. I come out that ice door later. Is that accurate? Okay, this is just leading back into the ocean. All right, let's go further inland and see what that man-made platform was. Ugh. Hold on. Didn't quite make it. Sam Leonard saying, yes, it is. Jägermeister says, at 10, I laid down for a nap. Okay, I don't want to go into the water again. And I wasn't sure if I'd play pickleball at 1300. When I woke up at 2, I didn't have to think about it anymore. Ugh. Well, hopefully at least you had a nice rest. Sometimes if that's like, you know, you're that tired that you like sleep by that much, it is your body saying, I need to catch up. I slept late today as well. I basically woke up around the time that Sam Lander was going live. Normally I'm up a couple hours before that, but hopefully caught up on a little bit of sleep. It was a great first nap, said Jägermeister. Yeah, I don't know. Are we allowed to talk about, like, this story in Dear Evan Hansen? I really don't know what qualifies as a spoiler for something that's been on Broadway for years and has a major theatrical release. Like, I guess I feel like Dear Evan Hansen is going to be one of those things where people who want to see it will have seen it, because people who are, like, very excited by, like, theater will have watched it by now. But I also don't know, like, are there a lot of people out there that are, like, anxious to see Dear Evan Hansen to the point where they're, like, highly invested in what the story is? I didn't look here very carefully, did I? Unless that's sealed, because I may not have had a laser cutter when I came through. No, I was just not being very careful. Now, this is interesting, because I had forgotten about this bridge, and I'm thinking that I do remember something about there being a way to make it go. Hold on. I thought it flashed that you can scan this button at me. Oh. Oh. Wow, I was really off my game when I stopped here before. Okay, so what do you need for hydraulic fluid? Well, I can certainly make this. Okay, so I need to go make this to extend the bridge, and then I can go up there, and then we'll learn what's there. Okay. Sam Lander's a little sad that he can't really watch it. So that's another question, Sam Lander. If I were to say anything about the, like, you've correctly picked up, Sam Lander, that I would argue that a major theme in the movie is social anxiety. But if I were to acknowledge that that is the case without, like, the act of reliving the social anxiety, is that okay, or is that also uncomfortable? Because there's nothing I need to say about Dear Evan Hansen. That's okay, says Sam Lander. So, right now, the thought process that's in my head is, like, should I update the title of the stream to be, like, also Dear Evan Hansen spoilers? I think as a point of, like, courtesy to anybody else that might stop by, I will do that super quick. Let me just lay down a save. And, yeah, so forgiveness if you're watching the VOD, but I think that if I'm going to start delving into some plot details about something that is not Subnautica, I would want to update the stream accordingly. Here. Yes, hold on. This should just take just a second, depending on how quickly it loads up. So, how do you do this when it's live? Right here. Yes, I've got it. Okay, so we'll actually put it to the start. Dear Evan Hansen spoilers. Put that in parentheses at the front of the thing. That'll probably give us, like, a chapter break as well, which is fine. So, okay, so just in case we have a chapter break, hello to you, who might be watching in the VOD. I'm going to say several things about Dear Evan Hansen, which I think might represent a more than thorough plot summary. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. So yesterday we watched Dear Evan Hansen for the second time. Whatever you think, if you haven't seen it and you haven't heard, whatever you think Dear Evan Hansen is about, you're probably not especially close. If you've had it spoiled, then, welcome, and you're not going to learn anything new here, except maybe what I thought of it. But Dear Evan Hansen is the story of a high school student named Evan Hansen who, in my estimation, is somebody who is afflicted by an extreme degree of social anxiety. He is someone who perceives very little value in himself and not openly, he, by way of the fact that this is a musical, you get to hear his internal monologue of he is very aware of the fact that he believes that he is so kind of like detestable and pathetic that if anybody else was to get to know him in any sort of way, they would also find him pitiable and sad and look down upon him. So he feels extremely uncomfortable trying to interact with others, and this leads to a high degree of social paralysis. And to my memory, the first musical number in the movie is all about that. Just one of the lines is, I slam on the brakes before I even put the key in the ignition, something like that. So that introduces you to this character, and his mom has him going to a therapist, one that I don't think she can particularly afford, by the way. And his mom, I don't remember the actress, so I'm just going to say Evan Hansen's mom. Hello to Lucha Freddy, who says, we all good. I would welcome watching it. I don't usually do the watch parties for movies because I really want to see, because I can't pause them when I get interrupted. Oh, I understand, Moo. Yeah, I will say that if you haven't already spoken to Grumpy about it, if anybody doesn't know, Grumpy is Moo's husband. Grumpy did not, I would say, care for the movie. I would want to allow him the space to, share his own thoughts on it. But I thought that his insight into it was very interesting. Evan Hansen is doing a sort of like a therapy exercise with his therapist, and that is every day he's supposed to write a letter to himself about how he's feeling, what he's thinking, what his expectations for the day are, all that sort of stuff. And I think that this is probably a therapy exercise designed to help Evan articulate his thoughts and to crystallize, to permanize some of the fears that he has so that he can go over them with his therapist and they can talk through some of it. I think that this is the goal of the whole thing. Well, one day, Evan is at the school library and he's working on one of these letters and he accidentally prints it. He accidentally hits print, I guess, and it comes out on the school printer. So he goes over to take it off the printer, but not before another kid at school sees it. And without getting too deep into all the particulars of the plot, because we can sort of yada yada through some of the exactitudes, this kid takes the letter, which makes Evan Hansen extremely uncomfortable because it's this sort of internal monologue talking about how sad and alone that he feels. Sorry, I'm going to do hydraulic fuel like this. Yeah, this is easy. And Evan's like, oh boy, this kid is really pissed off at me. I don't know what he's going to do with it. And this is where, content warning for Evan Hansen for themes of, not only social anxiety, but self-harm. I want to say that because I want people to know some of the themes in the movie. This kid named Connor, who took Evan Hansen's letter to himself, goes on to end his own life. And that letter that Evan Hansen had written to himself was on his person when he's found by his parents. Because the letter started with Dear Evan Hansen and ended with sincerely me, They believe that this is a suicide note that Connor had written to his friend, Evan Hansen. Evan Hansen doesn't know Connor at all. The two of them exchanged a total of like 15 words in their life. Most of them were about this letter that Connor took very, very badly, thinking it was mocking him. But now, Connor's parents, having just lost their teenage son to suicide, believe... Hold on, did I make this? Hold on, I'm getting turned around here. Believe that their son Connor was very good friends with Evan, and that Connor's last words and thoughts were to Evan Hansen about their friendship and how alone he felt and how much comfort he had taken from his friendship with Evan Hansen. This leads the parents to seek Evan out and to talk to him and to ask him, what did they miss? How did it go so wrong with Connor? And what was the nature of their friendship? A friendship that the parents didn't know anything about. And this leads to like one of the first things that I feel like Grumpy reacted to very strongly, and that a lot of people might react very strongly to in Evan Hansen. When faced with this extremely uncomfortable situation of having Connor's mother and father looking him in the eye and pleading with him to tell them anything about their friendship. Evan does at first try to explain what this letter is, but in my opinion, he's so ashamed of himself. He's so humiliated by the letter. He's so uncomfortable with the whole situation that he takes what he perceives to be the easier way out, and he just plays along. And he starts fabricating this story to the parents of this friendship that he had with Connor. And I feel like it would be easy for somebody to watch this movie and say, wow, Evan Hansen is really exploiting the grief of this family to... That's just a crap trap. In order to like make himself feel better. But I don't think it's that simple. I feel like what Evan Hansen is doing here is he's so desperate to avoid socially uncomfortable situations that he will say anything to avoid them, and goes on to fabricate this increasingly elaborate story about this friendship that he had with Connor and the places that they went. And the parents are also so desperate for anything, any way to reconnect with their lost son, that they accidentally feed into this, and anytime Evan doesn't have the right answer, they will prompt him forward. It's like Evan Hansen is accidentally doing a cold reading, like a psychic does, where at one point Evan mentions like the trees, like we used to go to the trees, and then Connor's parents are like, oh, the orchard? He took you to the orchard? He loved the orchard. And Evan, again, just sort of wanting to go along with it all, is like, yeah, the orchard. Yeah, we love that place and we went there all the time. This, as tends to happen, continues to spiral out of control, because I don't know if anyone listening here had the experience of somebody in their high school dying due to self-harm. I did. It's a big deal, and it tends to put high school on hold. I don't know how else to phrase it. It tends to have people that wouldn't normally associate with each other. It tends to bring them together to set aside rivalries and angst about grades and other stuff, and people sort of like take new stock of the atmosphere at the school and what's going on around them. And that's what happens here. And as it becomes known that Evan Hansen was friends with Connor, Evan is invited up on stage in front of everybody to give a speech eulogizing this boy that no one else at school knew at all. Even Connor's own sister didn't really have much of a relationship with him and struggled to get to know him at all. So Evan gets invited up on stage, and it turns out that what Evan can't do so well in writing and can't necessarily, like, face about himself, he is able to do when he's talking about someone else. There's this is, again, my reading on it. There's a degree of separation for Connor where Evan Hansen can't talk about his own loneliness. He can't express how unseen and unheard and valueless he feels. But if he replaces me with Connor, then he can talk about it and can do it very eloquently in a way that goes on to inspire all of the kids in school. Now, this is a musical, so this is actually presented as a major musical number where Evan sort of breaks out of his shell and talks about he tells a true story about how he fell out of a tree, and Evan Hansen fell out of a tree and broke his arm. But in this version of the story, Connor was the one who was there for him and came and got him up, helped him to his feet, helped him find help.
To the northeast. It would be worth investigating, but be careful.
North,
what?
east.
I recall ravenous creatures tunneling beneath the ice.
And let me pause for a second, because I'm sort of like, I'm going along and playing the game, but also recapping this plot. And I want to, before I read chat, I do want to say one thing that I feel like is one of those slender gradations of meaning that is easily lost on the internet. I feel like I understand why Evan Hansen does what he does. That is very different from saying that I agree with what he does or that I find it defensible. Understanding why someone who is very socially phobic might make a series of decisions that are extremely hurtful to those around them, understanding that as a motivation doesn't make it okay. And that's one of the things that I feel like tends to get lost in Evan Hansen. I think that Evan Hansen is ultimately the story of someone who, without malice, without even a lot of selfishness, I feel like there's selfishness there, but I actually don't think that's his primary motivation through most of it, can take actions that are extremely hurtful to other people, really betray their trust. And as the movie unfolds, I don't know that the movie itself does a good job of communicating just how bad Evan Hansen's behavior ultimately was, even if there was no outward desire for, like, self-aggrandizement. It's a complicated movie, and that's what I mean when I say that it's going to elicit very different reactions from people. Now, hold on. I did want to, like, catch up on chat. Hold on just a moment. I know that I said hello to Lucha Freddy, but Lucha Freddy, I hope that you're doing well and had a great weekend so far. Moo says, I can see how Grumpy would not like that one bit. Yeah. Tarzan is saying, is this the new DLC? Oh, is it the new Anno DLC? No, but wouldn't it be fascinating if this is what happened when you go to the Arctic in Anno 1800? It's just Subnautica below zero. Surprise! Moo is saying, I have a hard time imagining this as a musical. And so that's... The other thing that I'd want to say about Dear Evan Hansen is... Let's just for a moment, let's take the casting of Ben Platt as Evan Hansen and put that over there for a second. Let's take that one element. Ben Platt is playing Evan Hansen. We're going to put that aside. Aside from that, I think that Evan Hansen is a very well-made movie. I don't know if it's well written. I have thoughts on that, but it's very well made and it has an excellent cast, and I like a lot of the music. I'm not 100% sure on how all of the musical performances go. Some of them feel like they're really stretching outside the particular performer's vocal range, at least on a couple of occasions. But there's also there's one scene where, like, everyone is seeing Evan Hansen's eulogy of Connor, and they are sharing this, like everybody took out their phones to sort of like record and broadcast Evan Hansen's complete collapse. Like he knocks over the microphone, he's stammering, he gets his notes out of order, he can't like raise his voice, he's painfully nervous. And this is something that Ben Platt does fantastically. He is very good at being nervous in a way that is it hurts to watch Ben Platt in some of these scenes. And so everybody takes out their phone to sort of record this student, like, who appears to be on the verge of like just a complete freak out. But then Evan Hansen pulls himself together and talks about himself, but again replaces me with Connor, and is able to give this very eloquent speech in the form of a musical number, and that's how it gets recorded, and that's how it gets passed around. And that particular scene, like when that the sort of like transition from his musical number to one that then has the voices of everyone that was there in the auditorium as they all come together on social media, and Evan Hansen's call to remember the life of Connor, and to have it mean more than just we lost someone, but rather let's not lose anyone else. Let's not leave anybody else unseen. Let's not let anybody else fall through the cracks. These are sort of like the themes of it. And that whole sequence of this movement sparked on social media is, in my opinion, incredibly well executed. I love that part of Dear Evan Hansen. But sorry, I didn't finish reading. So Moo was saying something, true jelly buns. I feel like I missed jelly buns. Jelly Bun says, people are always so ready to find problematic things in story. Just suspend your disbelief for 5 seconds so that we can have a story, please. I think that's a really good point, Jelly Buns. Like, Evan Hansen is a very... He's a very hurt person. I want to be careful about just saying that he's damaged, because I feel like that makes him sound defective. And he's not. He is someone who is capable of growing and becoming better and stronger and finding his value, but he's not there yet. So I'm just looking. So I feel like Alan said there was something to the northeast. All right, let me head northwest here, and we're going to see what's what. I'm going to continue to save it here as I get situated. Evan Hansen is an interesting story because of how very imperfect Evan Hansen is as a person. And that's what makes for an interesting storytelling experience. If it was a Kirk Cameron joint where everybody always makes the exact right decision all of the time, there's no narrative tension. That said, I do feel like the movie would be at its best if the other characters in the piece also recognize and have a chance to address Evan Hansen's betrayal of their trust, which the movie, I don't know, does as good a job as it might have. There's a lot happening here. Let me examine this PDA. Tunnels. I love and hate exploring these tunnels. They're marvels to the power of the ice worms. The sheer amount of ice they're able to cut through in moments takes us a couple days. Their tunneling mechanism is ruthlessly efficient. Altera could only dream of having this sort of mining capability. The ice worms uncover mineral-rich pockets as they tunnel, but going beneath the surface is so risky. We've lost so many already. I don't understand why we have to stay in this particular area of glacier. I can't wait to get off this hellhole, ice hole, whatever. I hope you're enjoying the relative calm at Copa. I think I might want to put down a marker here. I don't know, but let's do it. Alright, ice caves. across bridge. I'm going to put the across bridge there because I need to remember how to get here, and hopefully that'll help me remember.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I will say, Jellybun says, it speaks the truth when no one cares about a person till after they delete themselves. As someone who struggles with suicide ideation, let me tell you, that's part of it. And that's sort of like the theme of the movie. The way that, you know, Grumpy and Mia and I were talking about it on the other side, like after it was over, and like as the credits rolled. And one of the ways that I summed up my thoughts, and I would encourage you to also listen to Grumpy and Mia on this, because they're also going to have their thoughts and their read on it. My read on it is that the central theme of Dear Evan Hansen is everyone. It's the Robin Williams quote about everybody you meet is fighting some sort of battle that you know nothing about. So be kind. Hold on, it's a thumper tech.
New blueprint synthesized.
The Thumper is a simple device that sends high-impact sonic impulses down to a tetrapod base, potentially disturbing would-be underground attackers in a small area. A weighted disc extends from the top of the device and is propelled to the surface in an isochronal cadence, potentially disturbing would-be underground attackers in a small area. So I'm feeling like maybe I need that in order to go down into the ice caves. Thumper batteries. I'm speaking on behalf of the entire mining crew. Day in and day out, we are risking our lives in this cursed territory. When we signed up for this mission, we were not told about these ice worms. We lost a solid fifth of the crew before Altera took any action. 6 of our friends were emergency shuttled off the planet. Marcus was supposed to retire after this job. Instead, he was skewered by an ice worm. Have you ever seen someone who gets skewered by an ice worm? These thumpers that the company developed are just a stopgap solution. They do a great job of distracting the ice worms when they have power. How are we supposed to use them when the batteries burn out so quickly? Would it be possible to send us additional replacement batteries? A little more juice would go a long way. Omar and the Delta crew. So this is clearly a warning that whatever I'm about to do, I need to bring a lot of extra batteries. Let me get warmed up. And as we warm up, just very quickly. Samalander is saying to Jellybun something that's very true. We do actually care about you lots. 100% agree. Jellybun says, I know. Sometimes things happen and it snowballs into such darkness that you lose sight of that. Or maybe don't even care. But I do know. I don't experience much in the way of chronic depression, but I have had what feel to me like extended periods of my life where I reach that same point, Jellybuns. So hugs, as Mia would say. I very much support what Samalander said, and also understand what you're saying of like, I feel like I've been there, and like, you understand these things intellectually to be true, but sometimes it's difficult to feel them in the moment. Okay, let me just take a quick look around. So, in Dear Evan Hansen, now you've reached the point where the parents, Connor's parents, believe that Evan Hansen was the secret best friend of their son. This social media movement has sprung up. Other people are now coming to Evan Hansen and confessing. Like, there's one in particular, there's this other character who hasn't come up yet, but who has been present throughout the movie. Her name is Alana. Alana's one of those, like, high schoolers who seems to have just everything put together. She's in like multiple different clubs. She appears to have all of these friends. She's very, very busy, academically very successful. Seems like Alana's got a lot going on, right? Yeah, Alana does have a lot going on, and one of the things that she confides, I'm trying to remember how much of this is to the audience or to Evan Hansen directly, that a lot of her academic achievements are actually born out of... I don't know what that sound was. Out of a similar fear to Evan Hansen's, that if she's not constantly moving, constantly developing, constantly doing something, then she'll have to slow down and face all the parts of herself that she doesn't like, and worse, other people might start to see those things too. Again, this is a whole musical number, and I think that the person who plays Alana really does a great job. So I may not... 75 food? Yeah, not yet. I suspect that I'm not doing a very good job of encapsulating that, but it's another in this movie's overall theme of everybody's going through something. So that leads to the problem, or like the situation of, how do you reconcile these ideas? One, Evan Hansen has really betrayed... Oh, this is... Hold on. This doesn't go anywhere. Okay. I mean, I might as well pick up the silver. And especially any gold or copper that I find. But I thought this was going to be like a whole thing, and it is definitely not a whole thing. Unless I'm supposed to, like, use a thumper to punch through this. Okay, then I'm going to pick this back up. Yeah. Let me see if I can drill out some of that titanium, because it's not like I have infinite titanium back at the base. Alright, let me see what we can get out of here. And so, this, if anything, inspires Evan to, like, keep it going, because now he's successfully communicated to the world a version of himself that is closer to who he wants to be. And I will note here that Evan Hansen's version of, like, fantasy Evan, like the version that he wants to be, is a kid with a friend. One friend. That's literally the lie that he's telling here. So, like, Neil Breen, he's not. He's not concocting some, like, elaborate story where he and he alone was keeping Connor alive all this time. The extent of Evan's lie is exclusively, yes, I had a friend and it was Connor, and let me tell you his story. Again, this doesn't make it... It makes it less bad in that, Evan Hansen is not using this as a way to sort of lionize himself and make himself into a hero. Evan Hansen failed Connor the same way that everybody else did in the end. But he's still selling a version of this kid that didn't actually exist, and lying to Connor's family, to all the other people at school, to all the people that go on to believe in, like, I mentioned the orchard earlier. Well, this social media movement is going to rejuvenate this orchard and bring it back, replant it and get the orchard back up on its feet rather than going out of business, because it was important to Connor, and it will stand as a memorial to Connor. Everybody getting involved in this is doing so. It's a good cause, but one that's based on a lie told by Evan Hansen. And that is very uncomfortable to the viewer, especially, and here's something that we haven't touched on yet, but especially when Evan Hansen starts to grow a lot closer to Connor's sister. Because as the viewer, we know that Evan Hansen has a pretty significant crush on Zoe. Zoe is Connor's sister, and as Evan Hansen grows closer to Connor's family, being, after all, Connor's only friend, he is growing very close to Zoe, who didn't know her brother very well. Like, the two of them really didn't get on, and Zoe has some harsh words about her brother, but, like, very much in that way of, like, you know how when you're really sad about something, you can express it as anger, and that's what's happening there. But as Evan Hansen proceeds to pursue this close friendship with Zoe, it really feels bad. Like, it really feels bad. And that's where it starts to tilt from Evan Hansen is going along with this because it feels, what is this glowing? Hold on. Because it's convenient to something that is actively to his personal benefit. And that feels slimy as shit. It's really bad. Okay, Jelly Buns was saying Twitter wants to tear down every book and TV show with this character so toxic and bad. Yes, welcome to conflict, welcome to life, freaking duh. And, like, I feel like a lot of the, do I want to call it backlash? A lot of the harsher critiques about the story of Dear Evan Hansen is that, like, the part I was just talking about with Zoe, it feels like there's a really hard reconciliation made by Connor's family about how to address what Evan Hansen does when they find out about it that isn't shown on screen. I don't know how the play goes, but as the movie goes, there's an off-screen conversation we don't get to see, and then Zoe is uncharacteristically forgiving of Evan, like, in a way that, for me as a viewer, even with everything that you've heard me say about understanding where he's coming from, Zoe is able to reach a point of forgiveness and acceptance with Evan that, I don't know if forgiveness is quite the right word, but
Welcome aboard, Captain.
is less angry at him than I would expect based on the level of the betrayal. It's weird that that's glowing, or like sort of like vibrant, but I guess I'm just gonna like go with it. Moo is saying, I would argue gently with your statement above, Jelly Buns, no one caring about a person until after they've deleted themselves. About no one caring. I would say it feels like no one cares, but I feel like there's always people who care and just don't know how best to help. Yeah, and I think, Moo, that is well stated. There's also, and this is a major theme in Evan Hansen, the movie, they just didn't know. Like, that's one of the major themes in Evan Hansen is everyone is so wrapped up in their own stuff that they just weren't looking at Connor because they were looking internally. They were looking in at themselves and not recognizing that other people were in more pain, and in Connor's situation, a dangerous amount of pain. It was less, I think, that they didn't care and more that they just didn't see. And that's like, that is one of the things that's brought up a lot in the movie. So again, I think we're meant to go northeast, but just look up and around here a little bit first. Just trying to make sure that I've seen this area. Jelly Buns was saying, I know there's a song in the musical sung by the sister about how she isn't going to be sad about her brother being dead. And it hits hard with me right now because I'm kind of in a similar situation with my abusive mother. But then also says that that's probably a better way to say it. So so another thing about the movie version is that there are whole musical numbers from the stage play that aren't present. So I don't know that I have a full view of the complete story of Evan Hansen. I've only seen the version that was sort of edited down to be a movie. So I'm not sure about that. I can say that in the version, like the version of Zoe and Connor that are presented in the movie, anything that Zoe might state about like choosing not to be sad about it would fall into the category of denial. The character of Zoe in the movie is very sad about her brother dying, and this currently manifests in the movie as a lot of anger and denial, but also very much wanting to get to know Evan Hansen because Evan was friends with her brother, and in the note, this is where things get... This is one of the most uncomfortable moments in the movie. That seems fine. Okay. In the letter that Evan Hansen had written to himself, the one that was mistaken as being a suicide note from Connor to Evan, there's a sentence or two in there about Zoe. Evan was saying, I guess he had like some brief like interaction with Zoe right before writing the letter, so he has this line in there about like, if only I could, you know, then there's Zoe, if only I could talk with her, but like I don't even really know her. Zoe sees that in the suicide note and asks Evan, what was that? What did Connor mean by this? Like, he didn't know me. And so Evan has to like think up another lie, another like thing to say about how important Zoe was to him, what was to Connor. Again, Evan Hansen doesn't know Connor at all. He's fabricating this wishful relationship that Connor might have had with Zoe that doesn't know anything about. And this serves as a foundation for Connor and Zoe to get to know each other better. And like I said, it just feels extremely, extremely exploitative. But to Evan Hansen, it's like, at this point it's sort of like a victimless crime, right? This is how I think Evan is thinking of it. Evan has projected a version of himself out into the world that is closer to who he wants to be. Somebody who... Okay. Somebody who had a friend, the one friend. I don't know why I can scan this and not any previous example of the cabling. These high-density architect cabling structures have been discovered running between various sites of known architect activity on 4546B. The cable housing contains what are effectively a form of multi-node fiber optic communication networks, physically shielded by a microscopic layer of pressed diamond dust. Silver, copper. If I found any gold, I would definitely pick that up. Hold on. Moo is saying the American healthcare system sucks at recognizing and treating mental health issues, in my opinion. I would probably agree with that, Moo. Also ask Jellybuns, if I send you a PM, which is best, a Twitch Whisper or a Discord DM? Jellybuns is saying, as someone who has struggled while never having had a lot going on, let me tell you, I have a hard time being sympathetic to people like that. I don't want to sound like a jerk, but I don't know, it's a feeling I get from those situations. So, like the sister Jellybuns, is that... Because we've sort of, like, crossed down a couple different topics. Fox Funny saying we should have made an Evan Hansen counter for, like, the number of times that it's said. Sam Litter saying this is one of the most uncomfortable moments in the movie. Trying to see a giant tail. This seems fine. Also, Sam Litter saying pressed diamond dust, so, like, graphite dust, then. And Moo is asking, where was Evan's therapist during all of this? Moo... Evan's therapist gets a single mention later in the movie of, like, he starts, like, blowing off his therapy appointments, and his mom makes the point of, like, you know how, like, expensive those are, like, WTF kid. But, like, yeah, so Evan's like, people see me, and we're using this to, like, start this social movement to bring back this orchard and to do something as a memorial to Connor. And I guess as an unexpected side effect, I'm getting closer with Zoe. So what's the harm? It's all good. Everything is working out. Right? It's all good. Victimless crime. He doesn't use that phrase, but I sort of, like, feel like I can see that in his reactions. Well, as with all elaborate lies, things start to crack apart a little bit. And Evan's mom sees the video of this speech he gave at school about what great friends he was with Connor and how Connor was the one who picked him up and carried him to get help when he broke his arm and all this other stuff. And his mom's like, that seems weird, since you told me that nobody came and you had to drive yourself. And Evan's like, it's fine, Mom, it's fine. Like, just shut up. I lied to you, and I was actually friends with Connor, and I just didn't want to tell you. So, like, people who do know Evan are starting to ask a few questions about places where things don't really line up. And then, and this is a big one, Connor's family invites Evan and his mom over for dinner. And when they're there, they make an announcement to Evan. They had been setting... Okay, we'll have to go see how the prawn suit feels about that in a second. They'd been setting aside money for Connor's education. And since
dangerous weather approaching, seek shelter.
Since Connor is no longer with them, they want to give that college money to Evan because they know, and he shared with them, that his family, like his mom works like multiple shifts at the hospital. She's always working, so like Evan's alone a lot of the time, and this is just to make ends meet. So they want to help out Evan's family, and Evan, for having been such a wonderful friend to their son. Yeah, that took a chunk out of us. Hold on. By giving Evan Connor's college fund. Shit! Okay. I would like to repair this, I think. Okay. Okay. And so now, at this point in the movie, Evan's mom, like the jig is up. Like something's super wrong. Like what is this? And Evan's mother doesn't say anything. I don't know that she like suspects to this extent, but this is where things really do start to unravel, because Evan's mom is like, no, thank you. I'll take care of, my son's education and it's fine. And like departs the dinner. Come on, Evan. Like, I think that we have to go. And confronts Evan about this. Like what is this? And, oh, I didn't realize that you were so worried about our finances. Like, things get really tense because it feels like Evan is sort of trying to, like, have this other family because he's so ashamed of his own and his own, like, existence. And he wants to be a part of this other family. And it's, as with so many things in the movie, like, really weird and uncomfortable. Okay, so this is just leading me back to what I'm considering in my head as being the witch hat. Like, there's a lot of witch hats up here, and I'm trying to see if there's anything else down here except for mineral veins. Because, like, that's nice, but I don't need to come into these ice caves for minerals. I'm also, like, I'm paying attention to the fact that Mysterious Ice Store is kind of close. It's like half a kilometer. I don't know how far these caves go. This comes back up again. And then, finally, the way that all of this comes to a head is Evan has been spending a lot of time with Zoe, so much time that the social movement to rejuvenate the orchard that was so important to Connor, and like actually really important to the real Connor, because this is a story that comes from his parents. This was something that a location that meant a lot to him when he was young. Evan's literally never been there. He doesn't even know necessarily what they're talking about, but he's just sort of been going along with it. The project to rejuvenate that sort of, starts to fall by the wayside as interest moves on. Like, everybody sort of moves on to, like, the next thing, including, Evan, who's all about spending time with Zoe. And it cuts away to things that might be like sort of like a quasi dream sequence, or it might be something that actually happened, to like he and Zoe going to the amusement park and having a picnic and running through the woods. Like, honestly, I'm not sure if those things do happen or if it's just sort of them doing this musical number about the fact that they can really build something with one another. It's not clear to me. But Evan realizes that this orchard that is so important to Connor and the family is now in danger of not happening. Their GoFundMe is running out of time. It doesn't have near enough money. And Alana, the overachieving student that was mentioned earlier, she comes to Evan and says, "Where have you been? Like, this whole thing, we're going to lose it. We're not going to be able to do this. The whole project's going to fall apart." And so Evan decides to share with Alana the one piece of information that hasn't been made public outside of him and Connor's family, and that's the alleged suicide note. Evan gives sends a photograph. Oh, and by the way, Alana is also now asking questions. She straight up asks Evan, "Were you really friends with him?" And by the way, Alana, she's a smart cookie, and she puts together something that nobody else has realized. Evan has told this elaborate story about falling out of the tree at the orchard in June, but Alana points out, we were still in school this past June. So when did this happen? Because you didn't have the broken arm at the time. So that's when Evan decides to play his last card to uphold this lie, which is showing her the alleged suicide note and saying, well, if Connor wasn't my friend, he never would have written this note to me when he killed himself. You can't tell anybody about it. Keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Alana, so I think I had the sequence out of order here. Alana is the one who sees the orchard project falling apart, and so she knows that sharing this note and reminding everybody about the pain that Connor was in, that's going to be the thing that will reinvigorate the project. So she posts the suicide note on the internet for everybody to see, puts it onto like the equivalent of Facebook or whatever. The trouble is, and this is where we get into another thing that I think is very adeptly done in Dear Evan Hansen, social media is a double-edged sword. It cuts both ways really easily and very eagerly. And when Alana puts up this suicide note that is widely interpreted as Connor's family not standing with him, and that Evan Hansen is the one that he writes the note to, not his own family, social media turns savagely against Connor's family. Isn't it sad? Doesn't it say something about the fact that Connor wrote a suicide note to Evan, but not his own family? Oh, I can't believe this rich family is asking for money for their pet orchard project. The attitude turns very much against Connor's family all at once. And there's a scene of Connor's parents. And by the way, Connor's father gives, I think, a really sharp and understated performance. It's very subtle, but speaking as someone who's known people exactly like that, I think he does a great job. I think his acting choices are pitch perfect. Foxmouth was asking, did anybody else want to be a witch growing up? Turn yourself into a cat, lay in the sun for hours. Moose still wants that, she says to Fox McCloud. And then says of the suicide note, that's doubling down and then some. I'm so glad I didn't watch this yesterday. I would have fallen apart. It's a real journey. And so now Evan is faced with something that at long last he cannot stomach. Evan was willing to go along with this lie. Evan was willing to aggressively perpetuate this lie and to keep it going up to the point where he was able to convince himself that everyone was benefiting, that this was good for him, good for Connor's parents. Well, I will also say, whether or not it was good for him, I feel like he was gonna go along with it. I think that he was motivated more than anything else by cowardice. But now, at long last, you reach the point where his fear is outweighed by something else, which is the level of responsibility that he feels for the social hatred that is now being directed at Connor's parents. This is not what he meant. This is not okay. This is not something that he can live with. And he goes to the home of Connor's parents. He calls Zoe a couple times, can't get through, goes to the home of Connor's family. Zoe lets him in and says, it's really not good here right now, and lets him in. And everything is collapsing. Everything is falling apart. Everybody hates Connor's family. They're posting nasty things on social media. They're being doxxed rather. People are calling in and saying like vicious things to them and stuff. I mean, it's bad.
Welcome aboard,
And
Captain.
Evan Hansen, always the master of this is the time you're going to choose to do this, bro, then confesses to Connor's parents and says, yeah, and specifically, it's the family is fighting savagely among themselves. Like, whatever brief peace they were able to make with the passing of their son is now completely unraveled. And the mom is yelling at the dad that you were never there for him. He was never yours because technically he was a stepfather. And the father is very sort of like emotionally closed off. That's something that's established in a variety of different ways. The father is shooting back. Well, you weren't there for him, either. You were always like gallivanting around to like some next miracle cure, the next weekend of yoga that was going to make our son all better. I mean, it's getting really savage between them. And then they turn to Evan, and his mom says, you tell them, Evan, you tell them Connor was getting better. You tell them there was hope. And he can't. He can't. That's the line that he can't. Like, now at long last, finally, Evan Hansen has reached the point that he cannot perpetuate this lie. And he says, I didn't know your son. We weren't friends. That letter was one that I wrote to myself. I don't know that if he says I never went to the orchard, but all of it was a lie. And this is a musical number that he does. And as it concludes, Zoe gets up from the table and runs off, and the father goes after him, and Connor's mother just says, and Amy Adams is a very good actor, there's this long pause, and she says, with nothing but pain in her voice, I think you need to go. And unfortunately, and this is where I feel like Grumpy and I are on a perfect page on the story of Evan Hansen. That is just about all that you get of seeing the emotional aftermath of what Evan Hansen has done to this family. There's a single scene after this where Evan approaches Zoe at high school, like in the high school, and Zoe shares with him in a whisper that they're not going to tell anybody what Evan did. They're going to keep Evan's secret because, and it's not, I don't know that it's stated outright, but it's very heavily implied. Zoe's mother doesn't want to tell everybody what Evan did and clear the family's name by exposing Evan's betrayal, because she's worried that this will further hurt Evan Hansen and make him inspire Evan to, towards self-harm. So she's willing to be the pariah for everybody in order to avoid risking another boy that is still important to her in her life from hurting himself, because that's the sort of person that she is. And so Evan decides that that if they won't expose him, then he will expose himself, and he does his own Facebook video and announces to the world what he did and posts it, and then sets about attempting to make it right in his own way by getting in touch with anybody who did know Connor. And he reaches out online. I have a lot of waters, by the way. I don't really know what to do with those all. I don't need to carry all of them. Oh, Sam Lena was saying, did you intend to go back to the drawbridge? Yes. Yeah, I was headed back to base because I wanted to see about building a thumper. And the trouble is, and this is where I'm sort of like reaching the end of anything that I have to say about Evan Hansen. I think that the movie and the writers, and again, maybe this exists in the musical, I don't know the stage play. I feel like what needed to happen in Dear Evan Hansen was we needed to see that conversation. We needed to see what happened after Evan Hansen left their house. We needed to see the fight or the reconciliation that happened between Connor's mother, father, and sister about how much this hurt them, how severe the betrayal was, and ultimately the decision that as bad as this is, they can endure these slings and arrows better than Evan Hansen can, because only a deeply hurt person would have gone on to hurt people in this way out of this style of fear and self-loathing, and that they can't take the next step to clear their own name by properly addressing the blame onto Evan Hansen. Because that scene is not shown in the movie, it feels like Evan, like the consequences feel very remote, and that Evan Hansen is never really brought face to face with the consequences of his actions. So that's... Oh, hold on. Do I have a fevered pepper anymore? I don't. Okay. And that's it. I'd say that that's pretty much my thoughts on the movie. I guess there is one final topic, which is not really about the plot or anything. It is about the casting of Ben Platt as Evan Hansen. I sort of said, let's put that into a bubble and set it over here. Let's take it off the shelf now and at least briefly address one of the things about the movie production of Evan Hansen is the fact that it primarily stars, like, all of the high school students in Evan Hansen look like TV or movie high school students, which is to say they are unmistakably substantially older than an actual high school student would be, but somehow they look youthful enough that they make it work. It's fine. And when you see them all going around the high school, like none of the kids have the kids all the high school students, they are clearly, I think, in their early to mid 20s, but also look youthful enough that they can still pass as high school students, with one significant exception, which is Ben Platt. Ben Platt, I think the best summation that I saw of this is it is not intended to besmirch Ben Platt or to talk down about him or make him feel bad. Ben Platt looks like a perfectly normal, average person in what I believe to be, and if I'm saying older than this, forgive me, because I'm not trying to be like mean, but he looks like somebody who's in his late 20s to early 30s. Like, he looks like a perfectly normal, average person who is that old. And he absolutely 100% does not look like he belongs in a high school. And when he looks so noticeably different and older than everybody else in his that's around him. Hold on.
Researchers to explore perilous environments. The thumper creates a steady source of noise that might repel unwanted creatures by amplifying collision sound waves.
All right, so that might get us a little bit further in there. Now, we've also heard that this takes a lot of batteries. I'm going to vote, let's make 2 additional batteries. Oh, sorry, Lucha Freddy was asking. Hold on. So I still have no clues as to who the heck Evan Hansen is, mostly because I was making lunch and cleaning up the kitchen. What's going on? And then Moo was saying it's a musical movie. Lucha Freddy's saying from when? And like, yeah, as Moo says, about 2015. And then Lucha Freddy's asking, is it current? No clue at all. Yeah, it was watched yesterday, and Moo's husband Groofy watched it along with me and Mia, and that's sort of like why it's come up in conversation. I will also say, so I like, just to give like the complete picture here, I will also say that most of the time I'm not sitting here like methodically working out how old I think that characters are or anything like that. The one other example that I can think of that comes to mind is in Happy Death Day. Jessica Routh, I think, is the name of the actor, and I love Happy Death Day, and I love Happy Death Day 2 You, which is the sequel. I think these movies are great. I very much enjoy them. I very much enjoy Jessica Routh in them. There is one element of them, which is that as far as I can tell from the movie, like from the movie universe, I believe that Jessica Routh is supposed to be in her late teens or early 20s as a college student, like maybe middle of college student. Jessica Routh does not look like she's in that age range. Jessica Routh is a wonderful actress. She's very lovely. She looks like the age that she is, which I don't remember exactly, and I'm not here to insult anybody. I'm just saying that what she doesn't look like is an 18-year-old, similar to Ben Platt not looking like he's 16, or no, I think that Evan Hansen is getting ready to graduate. I think he's like 17 or 18. And Ben Platt absolutely does not look that old. I will also say, though, that if not for the internet, Jelly Buns made a really good point that the internet, especially Twitter, is just like so eager to tear everything apart. If not for the fact that the internet made such a big deal out of this particular casting of Ben Platt, I don't know that I really would have thought about it very much. It is one of those things where you're like, huh, I wonder why this undercover police officer is hanging out at this high school and no one's asking any questions. Oh, he's one of the students. Did he get held back a few years? Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And then you just like go with it, right? Like you just go with it. You stop really thinking about it. If not for the fact that the internet was making such a big stink about it, I feel like I probably would have just gone with it. In other words, I understand why there are people who find it distracting, and also acknowledge that I'm not actually in that group myself. Okay. We can go, right? I feel like we can go. Let me bring one more water. I don't actually have that. And there's water there, right? Let me make one more beacon, and then we'll go. Here and here. Lucha Freddy's asking, did it do any good? I've never heard of it. I don't know how it did in its theatrical release. It was popular online. The other thing that you hear a lot about Dear Evan Hansen is apparently based almost exclusively on the title. A lot of people mistake it as being, hold on, don't need this up here anymore, like a story about like a gay kid coming out, or like a trans kid coming out, and it's super not that. And I feel like that's another reason where a lot of times, oh, I didn't realize that I still had all this. A lot of times if a movie is recent or whatever, I'll be very hesitant to talk in detail about it. But Evan Hansen is one of those movies that I think is very different from what people think it's going to be about when they go into it. I really don't think that I need all of these health kits. Let's put 2 of those away. Maybe that. So eat this before it goes completely rotten. What a crazy conclusion. Well, so, Lucha Freddy, I think the reason that comes up is that there's a couple other movies or plays with vaguely similar titles that do touch on that subject matter. So I feel like that's where the confusion comes in. I don't need anything else, right? I feel like we're ready to go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I don't know what good this bladderfish is going to do me. Yeah, hold on.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Just make these into waters. And then we're ready to go. Sam Linder agrees that Happy Death Day is great. Also, let's make 2 additional batteries. Me having gotten batteries from every second loot box in the game. Yeah, I've gotten very few ones. Okay, so I feel like I'm trying to think if that's it. I do think that that's everything that I had to say about Dear Evan Hansen. Yeah, I think that in the balance it comes out to where I started with, which is it's a complicated movie, and I don't think that people really feel good at the end of it. And I feel like there's that Twitter desire to say, oh, the people that made this, the people that wrote it, they're bad people because they think that what Evan Hansen did is okay because he doesn't, like, experience the consequences of his decisions. And my response to that is I do think that the movie and the story would have been better served by having at least a little bit more examination of that. But at the same time, when the theme of the movie is everybody's going through something, hurt people, and we have to find a way to understand that people aren't perfect. Sometimes they need help. Sometimes they make bad decisions, and that doesn't necessarily make them bad people. If that's one of the, like, major themes of the movie, it would go against all of that to have the movie end with Evan's secret being exposed. Everybody hates Evan Hansen, and he ends the movie being a complete social pariah and much worse off than he had started. Because it sort of feels like that's what deserves to happen, and when it doesn't, it can feel surprising, but I think it's because the movie is aiming to be more uplifting. I just feel like there's an opportunity for it to do a better job of earning that, and that, among other things, I think speaks to a lot of what Grumpy's take on it was. So hopefully that's a quick rundown of Evan Hansen. And I think with that, what I'm going to do is just take the spoiler warning off the stream, because I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Just like... Whoops! That was the opposite. Hold on. I love it when you go to, like, band select text and it somehow gets the reverse of what you wanted to do. Done. Done. Back into the game. Okay. Yes, Fox McCloud, what was the final count? Samlander's noting that you don't have to feel good at the end of a movie. Yeah. No, I agree. I can think of movies with real downer endings that I absolutely love. Ugh. Okay, so I'm working my way back towards... Oh, did I not mark those ice caves? That's okay. Like, we're going across the bridge. At what point did I take 5 points of damage? It's going to be a little bit harder at night. Yeah, a lot of that was on my mind because specifically it was such a topic of conversation yesterday with Mia and Grumpy. And more than anything, it comes to I really liked getting... Yeah, I didn't go inland enough. I really like getting Grumpy's thoughts on it. Because his overall read was rather different. And I think that he would be best suited to, you know, speak to that if he chooses to, and maybe he won't. I assume at some point I will learn my way around this island a little bit better. I'm just trying to find my way back to that bridge that we extended, because if there's that bridge is a great landmark. It serves to let us know whatever... Yeah, there it is. Whatever we're looking for is on that side of the bridge. Oh, Moo was saying he was really tired. I think he fell asleep upstairs. Oh, yeah, no, he might choose to talk about it on, like, another stream that he does or whatever. It's, you know... Grumpy need not, like, address his thoughts on the movie. He may be happy to have it, like, just completely behind him. My sense was that he was happy to have seen it, even if he didn't like the film very much. Like, I feel like his summation at the end of it, like, now I have an informed opinion of it, which is the way that I like to feel if I watch something that I don't especially enjoy, but then at the end I'm like, well, at least now I know what I think of it. Oh, Grumpy, hold on, here's Grumpy. Says, I just thought the writers did not show they understood the implication of Evan's action by not showing it on screen in any way. So I thought the movie was just exploiting mental illness to elicit feelings in the viewer. Okay, so Alan said he detected something to the northeast from this position. So I'm going to try to go northeast such that I can, but I won't be surprised if what we have to do is go through the tunnels. Next up, Spider-Man No Way Home. No, I'm not going to talk about that right now. I really would like to talk about Spider-Man No Way Home at some point, but... and honestly, I think I actually have a lot less to say about that movie, which is still too much. Like, just pause the game and have it be on a pause screen for a really long time while I, like, break down some of the reasons why I think it is an exemplary Marvel movie, and I really enjoyed it, even while not thinking that the action was all that hot. So far I'm only being shuffled, like, northwest, which makes sense, because what we'd have to do is to get into the tunnels, I think. Hold on. Moo says that she likes how seamlessly I bounce between game and movie. Well, the good news is, like, a lot of what's been going on in the game has been just... I appreciate that, but it's been, like, wandering right now. If I had to be building and crafting during this time, I would have not made as much progress in talking about a musical. Okay, I don't think we're meant to get up here in the Mia suit. You know what else? Damn it. Sam Lander, you know the other reason that I went back to base? I was going to get the rest of the cold suit. I have most of it. I'm just not wearing the breather. It's fine. I don't think that the underground caves are actually all that cold, but I would have gotten that if I had remembered it while I was there. I was more concerned about making sure that I had enough batteries for this device that apparently sucks them down like a Sega Nomad. Boy, there's a reference. That's right on the tip of everybody's tongue. That's what all the kids are talking about these days. The battery life on the Sega Nomad. I really nailed it. Oh God, why was that my go-to? Oh, well, we found some damn thing. Hold on. Yeah, this seems like it's important. Special equipment. Hold on, do I drill out ion cubes? I have a feeling that we might dump some titanium on the ground. I forgot to finish cleaning out the Mia suit. Drill ion cube. Just knock chunks off in perfect cubular shapes. Yeah, so I'm going to replace my entire inventory with ion cubes then, if that's how this is gonna go. Jody K is asking, was the Nomad worse than the Game Gear? It might have been. I will say that I never had either of them. I just know that it was like, please insert 9 AA batteries to get like 2 hours worth of play. Hold on. This is pretty great. Okay, let's take out all the... I really have a lot of titanium and silver back home. I do appreciate the fact that if you drill into an outcropping of ion cubes, you get functional ion cubes out of them. This is like, oh man, I can't find a PlayStation 5 anywhere. Wait, I found a brick of PlayStation 5s. Let me just extend my drill arm into them and extract functional consoles. I can't tell if this is drilling or not. There we go. I will also say, as I'm like just collecting ion cubes here, so Patikan did a stream of Power Wash Simulator. Well, apparently on the PC. I don't know if he already owned it from like a previous thing or what, but I was really glad to see him playing that. Jody K says, I think it was 6 AA's in the Game Gear, and I don't know how long they lasted. It's been 30-ish years. We bought rechargeable battery packs instead. I think they regenerate here, says Sam Lander, similar to how they did in the first game, but I don't 100% remember. Well, Sam Lander, I will put down a... Storage has no room. We're gonna make room. Yeah, okay. No problem. Let's do this. Perfect. No notes. Okay, more carefully this time. Edit beacon name. So, ion cube cache. And all of our resource deposits, I think, have been green. Yes. Oh, except for this. That should have been green. And then... green. And I'll leave it, like, on for now, because it'll serve as a good point of reference, I hope. Yeah, now, there is another issue. I'd probably want to, like, have some of that for water. Let's dump out a couple of those. Right, that helps. Pick these back up before they roll away. So, that's a lot of ion cubes. I mean, this is great because it lets me do things like quantum lockers and other stuff that I was hesitant to do. Samlander managed to not find this place either. Samlander, I suspect that there's going to be a lot of places that you found that I won't. I don't remember being any place where these guys were. But yeah, no, to answer Lucha Freddy's question, the only reason it came up was that it was a topic of conversation as recently as yesterday. The movie was. So I'm not going to be able to get up there, but I do feel like I might be able to come down from there at some point in the future. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm not underwater. Too heavy. Not jumpy enough. It's like when I was exploring the caves, I found like all sorts of exits out to like parts of the island, and now I'm just having difficulty finding my way back into them. Okay, I honestly don't remember what was up here. I feel like I did come up here just a short time ago. Alright, that's just a promontory. Before I do this, let me just save it, because I might get very lost and very separated from the Mia suit. Well, I found some damn thing. How fortunate that I found that place before. I imagine if I had gotten here and been like, ah, crud, gotta go all the way back. Well, now, why on earth, if not for video game, why would I want to step through that? Hold on, we'll be right back. Boo! I think drop titanium, right? Yeah. Let me have one of these. This game holds your hand less on where to go next and expects you to pick it up from the context clues instead of by marker. Also says, apparently on my stream playthrough was a mix of unintentional speedrunning and sheer frustration as I got lost on what to do next. That's how I felt about the first game personally, for sure. Okay, hold on a second. Let's go. I don't remember if these guys are two-way streets or not, but hopefully they are. And I've got more ion cubes if I need them. I feel like I've been here before. I've definitely been here before. Where is this? This is the robotics lab, right? I'm pretty sure it is. There's gonna be a sign right out here that says something something robotics. Phi Robotics? Yeah, Phi Robotics Center. Okay, I know where we are. It's not much good for me to be teleporting around without the Mia suit, but at least I know where we are. Bloomp. Alright, so now let's go search the rest of this cave. Now, this looks to me like one of those gravity elevators like in Halo. Out of inventory space again. Yeah, is it worth taking a battery? I'm gonna say more than having titanium. I can get titanium anywhere. Watch, I'm gonna dispose of all my titanium, and then we're gonna find like a special gate that only opens up with one chunk of titanium. No! Shit! I was just looking around. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything up here. This whole animation makes me think that I would be very sick to my stomach after doing this. Ugh. Yeah, I'm thinking about what Ronan said about, like, really not looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, work is work, you know? Let me get, yeah, my flashlight out again. It's not super dark in here, but... Inventory full again. Yeah, let's throw out some silver this time. It's very quiet down here. So, yeah, I guess we go in now. As long as we're following, well, I should probably do this. As long as we're following a straight path, I won't need the Pathfinder. If it starts to branch and twist in weird ways. Oh, by the way, unrelated topic. Speaking of suspiciously elderly teenagers, one of my favorite episodes of Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction is the story of this girl named, I don't remember her name right now, but the Beyond Belief part of it is that she can see the future, and she writes down the future of whatever's going to happen to her classmates in her journal. Her journal is on her computer, and for some reason, for reasons that are not the Beyond Belief part, she writes all of her laser cut to gain access. Okay. I don't know why I can't do it from the other side. She writes all of her journal entries in 95-point font. Like, however large you guys are thinking right now about how large her journal font is, you're wrong. More, bigger than that. Sam Lynn is saying, I know, right? The other side of this is the same. Okay, can I go through this now? I did go through this. So, I mean, that's cool. But yeah, this is just sort of like a straight line. Well, not a straight line, but a single line, a single corridor. Anyway, this girl. So whether or not the actress who plays like the high school girl could pass as high school, I guess she's fine. But the two bullies that are like on her case and like bullying her for the fact that she can see the future and that she knows what's going to happen. It's a really weird show, Beyond Belief, if you've never seen it. They are, and again, they're very lovely actors. Like I'm not saying anything, but I'm saying that like these teenage bullies are not a day under 30. It is like that's one other example of like what was the deal with this casting. I've heard that they're doing new episodes of Beyond Belief. Like Jonathan Frakes himself was teasing not super long ago, like you'll never guess what, and showing pictures of what appears to be like a rebuilt set from Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction. All I'm saying is like, I don't know that they're going to be able to capture the same blend of completely bullshit stories with bad acting and poor storytelling, cheap sets, lousy design, and again, because it bears repeating, the bullshit stories that they claim are fact in Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction. That show is such a delight. It's such a wonderful relic of its age. I love it so much, and I just have doubts on whether or not it could ever, like any remake could possibly live up to it. I don't know what this means. I don't know what I got out of this. Let's check what... Oh, signal lost. Really? Hold on, when did we lose the mapping signal? When we got out of the water. So, yeah. It's just a straight road. It takes us right here. Signal lost. Sandler says, I don't know why that back door exists. I feel like I was supposed to be the secret way if you don't get the coolant for the bridge that they flipped around so you couldn't shortcut it. Maybe that's it? Yeah, maybe Samalander, that's just like a bug. Jody K is saying 95-point font equals 6 lines on 8.5 by 11, 0.5 margins. Still 6 lines with a 0.1 inch margin. 5 lines in Comic Sans. Which, by the Jody K, I don't have it up in front of me, obviously. It would not surprise me if she wrote her journal in Comic Sans. It also has this wonderful line delivery of... One of the great things about Beyond Belief Fact or Fiction is because they told 5 stories in every episode that you were supposed to guess whether or not the writers were pretending that they were fact or fiction. Because there were 5 stories, they had a very limited amount of time in their 1-hour show to do this sort of like anthology idea. So a lot of the exposition had to be delivered in voiceover narration. And the voiceovers would, as with all things in Beyond Belief, vary pretty wildly between the different sections, and also almost always had some like crazy leap of logic that the characters in the piece wouldn't necessarily have had access to or known to say or understand. In the episode with the girl who could see the future and wrote it down in her like in hilariously large fonted journal, there's this one part where she goes, "I didn't know they had been to my computer, but it gave me a creepy feeling that I didn't like." And that's how she says it. Like, there's this weird pause. It gave me this creepy feeling that I didn't like. Oh, I love Beyond Belief so much. So, I've been through there. I guess now I'll go down for a while. I feel like there is a 100% chance that there's something that I'm supposed to find here. So, now hold on a second. If I put this down... Okay, I guess that's its zone of protection, that it's like projecting outward. It doesn't seem very useful right now. Ion Cube Cache is that way. The ice store is that way, and now we know how those two things connect. How the hell did I get into the caves last time? Oh, well, we got a Pengling cave. I didn't bring my drone, which in retrospect was not smart. I guess I'll not go in here right now. I'll also say this does feel like another location where I might need to build a land base. I feel like having a scanner room would help to give some sense of the topography, and also give me, like, maybe I could scan for things and at least know what direction I'm trying to find them. I feel like I'm just retreading the same areas again. There's the ice waterfall that I can't get up. And I can't even, like, see anything over there. Okay, but please stop it. I'm not gonna feel good if I kill you. Which I know that I can, and it's not even that, like, it's not even hard. It's just... don't really want to kill mammals. The stupid squid sharks, they can go straight to hell. I feel nothing when I kill them. Okay, that leads back up to the whole thing where I was before.
certainly vital information pertaining to my body construction nearby.
Okay, well, it's good to know that we're on the right track then. Let me save it. By the way, I think I'm full of, like, ion cubes, but let me just look. Yeah, unless I want to start, like, eating food or something. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I feel like I've got those. Fiber mesh, no thanks. Yep, got those.
New technology acquired.
That'll be... Where will that be? Snow Fox Iceworm Attack Reduction Module. Okay. I haven't actually gotten attacked by an iceworm on the thing yet, but then again, maybe I was supposed to bring in a snow fox here. This area doesn't seem very amenable to snow foxes. The terrain is too uneven. Wait, hold on. Before I go in there, am I supposed to, or do I benefit from, like... I feel like my only other option is to fall. Lots of ore. At issue is when Alan says there must be, like, information connected to my body around here. This is a very large area to look around. Maybe I'll follow what I perceive to be where the cable is going. Oh boy. Well, I guess we're gonna have to hope that there's gonna be a way back up here. Let's check for water. Yeah. And have a couple of these. Actually, that's perfect. Look at that. Pure emerald is typically colorless. These large crystals contain trace amounts of chromium, leading to the development of the distinctive green color seen here. Mining activities near these crystals suggest that they are valued for their applications in architect technology. If I have a new resource that I need to mine out, we're gonna have to make some tough decisions about my inventory, but so far this seems to have little engineering interest for... What's my character's name? Riley? Sam is just Robin, right? I'm Robin. And Sam is my sister. I think that's right. Samalander is agreeing, yes, you're Robin. Okay. Root pustules, got those. Synthetic fibers, gel sacks. No problem. So, now we're on...
That is a rough way to go.
Yes, I would not enjoy being crushed while mining ion cube components.
The cold preserved the body well, but this isn't a big sample. Will it be enough?
Our tissues are pluripotent, derived from the DNA of various species, capable of changing form as necessary.
Ah, like stem cells. So, what prevents you from, I don't know, ending up with hooves where your eyelashes should go?
That does not happen. At least not since the 4th iteration.
So there's another like cache of ion cubes there, which makes me think that maybe the prawn suit could walk in here. I didn't even try because the last time I did, that green shield blocked it. Yeah. Okay. So we could go in here, but hold on. Let me look. I feel like I should probably throw out every less valuable thing than an ion cube, and an ion cube is very valuable. Yeah, hold on. All right, let's go see how many of those ion cubes we can get in. Fox McCloud is saying, since the 4th iteration, imagine having hooves for a butt. It would be really uncomfortable, I feel like. To have random other body parts growing where your body is. Yeah, it's weird that I was asleep. I woke up, I went to bed a little bit early last night. I woke up later than normal, and I still feel like I didn't get as much rest, possibly due to, like, just unsettled dreams. Okay, well, we got a bunch. So, that is what I was meant to find. And I will say this, maybe I just got lucky by, like, interpreting correctly, but the cable did a good job of sort of, like, breadcrumbing me forward to say, this is the way... Oh, what do you want to bet we come up to the ice waterfall? That's the way out of here. Okay, it's... turns out not to have been what I thought it was going to be. I think that ice waterfall that we couldn't get up, I sort of thought that was going to be our way back down. You followed the right clues, agrees Samalander. Yeah, the issue with a game like this can be, what if you just don't recognize the clues? Like, we've all been there, right? We've all been, like, in the situation of... I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do, I don't know what to do. How was I supposed to know to do that? Oh, the game was... Okay, now I see it. Okay, that's just regular ice. It's so obvious after you know what you were supposed to be recognizing. Chat had to save me multiple times in my playthrough, said, yeah, here it is. Hold on, this is it. Right? This is the ice waterfall. And now we come down. Yeah, that's where I couldn't get to before. Okay, so as far as I know, we're headed out. We did it. Now, I know that I'm looking for one more part. I guess I'm just going to wait for him to go. I know that I'm waiting for one more part of the architect organs. I don't know but I can think of one other place that I don't feel like I have explored very thoroughly, and that's where we built our land base with the Harmonious Fox and the scanner room and all that. But I don't know, because even as I say that I don't know that we found everything, I'm like, the metagame of it is, I don't know why all that space exists unless there's something specific to find. Why is there this massive open area that would benefit from having a snow fox when all I found there so far is a lot of magnetite? There has to be something more there, and that's why I'm thinking about, like, maybe that'll be the next place to go check out. And it feels metagamey because there's no other earthly reason for me to expect that that's where I'd want to look. I don't know how to get back. I'm trying to find, like, the edges of this plateau, get back into the water. But if the game isn't going to provide, right now, any, like, indication that's... Okay, well, wait. There is one other thing, isn't there? Yeah, hold on. There's the PDA that we found, or the PDA that I read or listened to earlier today, where what's-his-face is, hey, there's a big alien in the ice near where you're frozen. And not like the one that we just found that was behind, like, an architect door, but he made it sound like it was a really big alien. The trouble is it relies on me remembering where Sam's office was, her lab, and I don't know that I do remember that. I know that I've been there. Also, it's close to Sam's lab. Is, like, a lot of things are close to Sam's lab. Alright, yeah, this is, I think, where I want to be. Sam Linder says, if you want help, let him know. Hold on, let me just recharge my jump jets here. I am very nearly at the end of this episode as well. Yeah, it's going on 10 o'clock today. So when I get back to base, that will probably be the conclusion. I might, what was it? There was like one thing I was going to plant, and I might actually see if we can set aside the parts to be ready to do the, was it the skin? What did I just find? I have the skeleton, and then I just found, I need the organs, so whatever part that it was that I just found, because I think that I have those bits. But I might take you up on that, Sam Lander, just because, like, I don't know where to start looking isn't my comfy place with a game like this, because you could play a game like this for a dozen hours and not get any closer to it. But let me look at it in the next episode. Let's see, what are we going to do for the next episode? I could look back through the logs to see if I can find out, like, get more information on exactly where Sam's lab was. I will say this of, like, the logging system in general. I do feel like that's something that would benefit from overall improvement in Subnautica. I don't know that I have a great idea on how, but it just feels like it's a big list. And even though they do categorize each other, it's like, what I need is, like, vital information. You know, here's the... Oh, hold on.
You have found 2 of the 3 components required for the construction of my corporeal form. This is as close as I have come to autonomy in a long time.
You have such a way with words.
Is that sarcasm?
It was. You're learning.
Hopefully, I will not have time to complete my study.
I was wondering, if you can transfer bodies, why was it important to find a cure when you were infected? Couldn't you just make a new body?
As you can see in the components you have scanned thus far, the forms we require combine biological and mechanical parts. The tissues you have scanned were developed from the DNA of 27 separate alien species.
27? That seems greedy. And wouldn't that mean that anything that infects a body you've manufactured can potentially learn how to infect all those other species?
Yes, that is why a cure was imperative.
Okay, I thought maybe there would be some sort of like some additional information. We have obviously enough ion cubes now to have them, you know, give them their own locker. We might even wind up filling that one as well. Anything else that I can or should pick up? Yeah, let's put some of our water purification tablets away. I haven't needed them yet, but you never know. And let's actually clear a lot of inventory space. I didn't wind up using any of those batteries. Put the thumper away, put the water away, put some tools away. Yeah. Okay, let me go, like, that's just so that we can clear out some of our stock as quickly as possible. Might have been a little overkill. It actually looks like I would have had plenty of space without putting my tools away. And let me just look. I don't remember if there was anything else that I meant to get out of the truck. I know the cold suit and stuff. That's just organics. This is the stuff to build the teleporter. Nothing there. Here's my emergency kit with way too many power cells. And take that out. And that. And that. And this is the architect. Yeah, so I want to put more architect pieces in there. That might be the last thing that we do for tonight. Can you put a storage on the ceiling? Asked Fox. And although that would be cool, hello to Apollo Rockets, who says no. I would if I could. An overhead compartment. Alright, let's put all these away. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep this open. That's the wrong direction. Put away this diamond. Oh, come on. Oh, it's full. That explains it. In that case... just getting out all my tools. Couple waters, couple of those, my emergency food rations. Guess most of the rest of that stuff we can leave in. The thumper, I'll tell you this, I'll be happy if I don't ever have to use the thumper. And then I guess, yeah, the diamonds I'll just put back in here for now. I don't want to give them their own separate locker. Let's charge batteries. Go. I guess I could do this one. And then my scanner. I did get my scanner out, didn't I? Habitat builder. Hold on. Pathfinder. Scanner. Okay. There we go. Let's get the battery up. Whoops. And that's the only... oh, and the flashlight. Yeah, let's put that on 4. Well, this one has more power. And then we'll go charge, charge, charge. Okay. Batteries are charging. I still have a spare beacon. That's fine. So, if there's one last thing to do for tonight, it'll be I want to build the architect tissues. so that's going to be that. The root pustules are just the raw stuff. We're going to put up synthetic fibers. And then the gel sacks. Yeah, this is easy from what we've got. Let's grab a spiral clipping and a root pustule. Oh, wait, 2 of those. Gel sack. And a ruby. I think that'll be most of it. Now, the only thing is that I can't actually... Yeah, I don't actually get to make it. I just have the parts for it. So let's go put this into our locker for architect parts. Apollo Rocket says, what's up? So far, making good story progress. I hope that you're also having a nice Sunday. At least for us, it's nearing on to the end of our Sunday. We'll put away the synthetic fibers, the gel sacks, and the root pustules. Is that? Oh, no, that was it. Okay, yeah. Synthetic fiber, 2 root pustules, 2 gel sacks. Done. Okay, so the next section is going to be, and somehow I got things into the aquarium here while we've been docked. The next goal will be the organs, and I've got 2 possible leads, which might actually be the same lead. One of them is there might be something hanging out near Sam's base, Sam's lab, and there might be something up in sort of like those snowfields. I'll say this about the snowfields, where like we put the harmonious fox. I do feel like I went around a lot of that. Like, clearly not everything, but one thing that's true is that I don't remember Alan saying anything while I was up there about like, oh, you're close. You're close to a part of my body. Maybe I just didn't go to the right section. I would like to just get all fed and watered. Also, it weirds me out not having my scanner as number 1. Oh. I am surprised, but not upset about the fact that there is no, as far as I've found so far, there's no desalinization plant like there was in the first game. In that game, it was like this thing that you would put up against the wall, and it would just, very much like the health pack generator, which is another thing that doesn't seem to be in the game. It just spits out what you need every once in a while. Either they're not in the game or I haven't found them. I honestly can understand why they would remove them from the game, because they did just sort of like completely size up. But by the end of Subnautica 1, I had so many like purified water jugs that I was not going to need to go looking for water again. And there's something to be said for like removing that particular part of the gameplay loop after you've done it enough times, but I don't know, I'm fine with it. Alright, and that basically brings us up to full. Let me do water. I'm gonna wait on the next water. So, last act for today.
I finished the reactor checks. We dumped a ton of runoff, and we don't need the rods melting down. Then I helped with the scavenging, chopped some veggies with the cooks, and tried to help Diana, but she sent me down to engineering with Stefanos. I've been working with him the last few days. Stefanos. How to describe Stefanos? He's by far the most thorough engineer I've worked with, and no ego. He never leaves a job undone, no matter how late it is. I've never seen him awake before 11, and he always greets me by saying, Kalimera, Yasmin, in the sleepiest drawl. Not a morning person, that one. He listens with the slightest smile on his face, and twirls this stray curl by his ear. He asks a billion questions, but I don't mind. He surprised me today. There's an empty room on the bridge, just a spot of negative space in the ship. He set a picnic there and said I need to relax. He even called me a busybody. There were these crazy glowing fungus things he found to set the ambiance. The most exciting part, though, drum roll, he can jailbreak fabricators. He made a small batch of traditional Grecian dishes. But the craziest part? He managed to make a suitable falafel for me. I never thought I'd see a good falafel in deep space. Alhamdulillah. A quiet genius, that one. This planet may be a cold mistress, but maybe it isn't so bad.
I like the voice logs that they do because I feel like it's hard to sometimes mimic the sound of somebody sort of like thinking aloud to themselves and doing these voice logs. And I think that every single one that I've heard in this game is really good. The go-to standard for me of bad was Doom 3. I don't know if you guys ever listened to like the voice logs and stuff in Doom 3, but they sounded really stiff, really like, and you might say like, oh, who cares about the story in a Doom game? Well, they did. Like, the people that made the game recorded all of these voice logs, and they, like, every single one of them sounds like one of the developers was roped into it against their will. Also, it looks like, and no worries about this, Apollo rockets looked like maybe there was an intent to help, but Samalander said that I'd like to find stuff out. Yeah, I will, like, I'm going to go looking Spoils rocket, or sorry, Apollo's rocket, but if you are around once, like if I strike on it, if I swing on and miss, then I will invite some assistance from chat on like, you know, where I should be looking for next. So I know that your intentions are good, and you'd be welcome to help out if it reaches that point. And Jody K recognized the phrase that was said there, which I would hesitate to say because I might mispronounce it. But I know that Jody K has worked in a lot of different countries and seems to recognize that particular phrase. Let me just look under Sam's logs.
Hey, Robin. I really need someone to know. I'm afraid something terrible is gonna happen. You were completely right about Altera, okay? You were right. I was wrong. The cat should be called Potato. I admit it. Sorry. Bad attempt at a joke. I don't know what to do. I guess I should just come out and say it at this point. I've said this much already. We found a frozen Leviathan that's infected with Kara. Altera thinks they can use it for something. Weapons, experimental treatments, a whole range of things. But one end of the range is ugly, dangerous, but profitable, of course. What if it gets out while we're messing around with it? Or worse, what if it ends up a bioweapon in the wrong hands? I hope I'm overreacting, but I don't think I am. Anyway, message me back, please. I could really use a friend. You're my sister. I love you.
And then we got a... Okay, but that's just a drawing of a pengling. It's not a spy pengling. Jody K is saying that the phrase is Arabic, and it's also used in a West African country that I know that Jody K has been to. Yeah, so what I might do is... take a look through the logs, see if I can figure out which specific location that I've been to and that I know. Like, I've been to Sam's office, and my memory is that it was above ground, so it wasn't like the mining colony or anything like that. I know that I've been there and I found some logs. I'm trying to think. Wait, let me look at maps. Hold on, maybe it's actually marked. It could be Outpost Zero, Xenobiological Research, or Omega Lab. Yeah. If I was gonna be at if I was researching a stupid bioweapon, that's where I would put it. Omega Lab, out in the middle of the ocean here. So, like, what I could do is go to Delta Station and then go basically east by southeast. And I think that we'd probably be able to find it okay. So yeah, that's what I'll do next time, because I feel like it's less about like find Sam's place and more like Omega Lab. Do you know if I've been there? I feel like I would have marked it if it had anything that I cared about. I feel like I haven't been there, and if I have, then we'll go out there and then come back. That's my best guess. So yeah, let's. Wow, I got very thirsty listening to that. All right, now I'm gonna save it, and that'll be the plan for next episode. We're gonna go see if we can find out what, if anything, is at Omega Lab, and if there's nothing, then we'll expand our search, and if we find what we're looking for, then hey, we worked it out. Jody K says, wow, trying to type out pronunciations in English sounds is hard. So hello to Scaly One, who says thank you very much for the night. Scaly One, hopefully it was a fun time. I'm very glad that you were able to join us. Someone says, now I really need to sleep. Have a great night. Yes, Sam Lander, have a great evening. Jody K, Scaly One, Fox McCloud, Grumpy Moo, Apollo Rockets, everybody, I hope that you have a great evening. And what we're going to do now is find somebody fun to raid. Until next time, thank you so much, and I hope you have a great night.